Papa, why did you write this song?
I wrote it because I wanted to encourage you and young people like you. I wanted for you to embrace your place in this world.
How do you feel about the world right now?
I'm fearful because it's not the world I want for you. It's not the world you deserve. It's daunting sometimes. I'm also hopeful because you show me every day what is possible.
What do you want for the future?
I want us to find the best in ourselves. I want us and in each other to believe. For your sake, I want us to trust a hope you represent. I want you to know that we see you. We need you. This is your moment.
Today's a day. It's all in play. We'll celebrate and watch it take flight. You've set the stage. Now turn the page. Take off the brakes. The sky awaits. Take flight. And we will wish you closer and watch you spread your wings. Waving high our banners, saying you can do anything. So seize the day, make your play. We're lining up the runway, take flight. So go explore, strike out from shore, discover what the sky is for, take flight. And we will wish you closer and watch you spread your wings, waving high our banners, saying you can do anything. You'll do your best, forget the rest. Go chase a dream, find a quest, take flight. And from the ground, we circle round, family and friends, and marvel at these wings you found. Take flight. And we will wish you closer
Good morning. My name is Darrell Kalika. I am the director of the Institute for Tribal Government, and I apologize for joining late, although what a way to welcome the morning to wake or to be here with song. I am a citizen of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. I'm here this morning to offer some acknowledgments and considerations as we start out our day. I'm joining you this morning actually from my tribal homelands in Central Oregon. I am here in Warm Springs, Oregon. As I said, I'm a citizen of the Confederated Tribes. I'm also a descendant of the Yakima tribal people, as well as the Snoqualmie, Tulalip, Clackamas, and Molalla. And so in kind of thinking about this, I was asked by our director, Professor Ted Van Alst, if I would offer some thoughts and considerations with regarding the land that we are on. So I work between Warm Springs and Portland, and I've lived in Portland pretty much for the last 20 plus years or so. And it's kind of nice to be able to spend my time between my homeland here in Warm Springs and being over there with my relatives in Portland. And so today, I just kind of wanted to offer my thoughts with regard to acknowledging the land that we are working on, that we do this important work with as different communities, diverse communities, especially in and around the Portland area. Portland has such a rich history in terms of being the confluence of multiple river systems, the Willamette intersecting with the Columbia, and taking into consideration the Columbia's vast expanse throughout the Pacific Northwest, all the way out to the Pacific Ocean. So we have all these really deep connections with other indigenous people in the Pacific Northwest and on the Pacific Rim. But over time, in terms of history, that richness has been sort of shared and it's a part of our tribal culture in the Northwest is to take care of each other and to take care of the land and the resources that we are on that provide such important life sustaining resources to us in the form of nourishment, in the form of water, air, and it's also our responsibility to speak on behalf of some of those resources that can't speak for themselves. And that's, I think, a really critical part of Indigenous perspective with regard to these resources. But I think the other consideration in that sharing of that spirit of sharing wealth. I mean, we are a potlatch people here in this Pacific Northwest area, and the accumulation of wealth was to accumulate and then to share and distribute that. And I think that's something that we've always practiced with our neighbors, sometimes willingly, sometimes reluctantly. And in terms of thinking about that, the other component I think about thinking about the city of Portland and the metro area is that historically it also became in the 1950s and up until even now an urban relocation center for a lot of Indigenous people from around the country. So you have this sort of rich history amongst tribal people that called this area home for generations, to more recent generations of Indigenous people relocating to Portland in particular. A lot of students going to school at PSU. And so that sort of dynamic history that we don't necessarily see as very common in a lot of other cities, but that's something that we do share in terms of Portland. So I guess in thinking about sort of providing this land acknowledgement, I'm doing it sort of maybe a little bit different than maybe you've seen other folks doing it, and in part because this area is also part of my ancestors' homelands. And so the way in which we do these sort of traditional land acknowledgements, at least amongst people in the Pacific Northwest, is to take that time to give thanks and honor those people whose homeland that we are on, and doing, whether it's doing work or we're traveling through or visiting, is just to acknowledge those people, but also to take the time to acknowledge their ancestors that took care of them, that allowed us this opportunity to share this time, place, and space with each other. And so I kind of think about, as I'm doing this today, is just to be a reminder of the work that we get to do with each other today and going forward, and that to not forget the folks that have been here for countless generations, being stewards of the land, stewards of the song, dance, and culture, which that's why I think it's so important to have as a part of these events, is to not forget the diversity in culture that we bring to these forums. So, and today, we are on the lands that are shared by my tribe, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, but also my relatives at the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, the Chinook Nation, and then other tribes who passed through and visited. We have, stories about Nez Perce people and Umatilla people and Yakima folks and folks from the Nisqually and Cowlitz, who also were passed through and were visitors to this area. So again, it's just taking the time to think about these areas and the rich history that's gone into them before the advent of cities, and even modern tribal governments, because that's the area I work in, is working with modern governments. Oftentimes we're in the process too with tribes in their own efforts to reclaim some of their own identity and tribal histories and understanding. We've seen, I'm sure some of you may have seen some of the lists of different tribal groups who occupied this area and homeland, but even some of the cultural stewards at the tribes will say that list is still not wholly accurate in terms of capturing everybody who was here. And so as tribal people, we've had to deal with this challenges with regard to cultural genocide. And so in that process, been, being very resilient, dealing with a lot of intergenerational trauma. And so through that process is also a healing process of, as I said, reclaiming our tribal identity, our traditional tribal identity, preserving our language, song, and dance, and then also preserving and understanding our relationship and kinship ties to one another. And as a critical part of tribal culture is really developing those connections that we have as human beings in the human condition with one another. And then also having that sort of connection to those resources that are important to us, that sustain us and give us life. So as we carry on this meeting today, I just wanted to give thanks to many people and generations of Indigenous people who call Portland their home, call the area in which Portland State University's campus sits, but also as an invitation to all of you to help us to not forget, that these spaces were occupied and homelands to Indigenous people, and to further invite you to continue, including folks like myself and others on campus, Ted, as well as Kelly Gonzalez and other folks around campus into these different forums. And again, I'm really inspired and looking forward to the type of work that we can do and the inclusion of Indigenous peoples in this process. So I just wanted to, again, say thank you and acknowledge those folks, and acknowledge you and the way we do things in the Northwest as we raise our hands to the work that you're doing as a way to elevate this type of work. So Masi, thank you for this invitation. Again, raise my hands to all of you.
Good morning, everyone. Stephen Percy here, President of Portland State, and I want to welcome you to the PSU Equity Summit. This is an important day for PSU. It's a day in which we commit to bold action and sustained energy aimed at eliminating racism and creating equity and justice on our campus. As we start today, I would like to ask us all to share a moment of silence and reflection for the loss of our colleague, Dr. Xander Davies, in our College of Education. He passed away a few days ago. Dr. Davies was a passionate and effective teacher and researcher who served as a beacon for student success, research that makes a difference, and community engagement. The College of Education hosted an inspiring celebration of Dr. Davies' life last evening. As we start the day, I would like all of us to take a moment to mourn the passing of a colleague who leaves us with an inspirational legacy. Thank you. Also, as we begin our very important work today, I want to recognize the pain, suffering, and trauma that's been experienced by our BIPOC faculty, staff, students, and administrators during this year of police violence and persistent evidence of racism. I'm overwhelmed with the resilience that you've demonstrated. Since I became president of Portland State, I've heard from many brave members of our community who told me like what it is, told me the reality, and they've shared their perceptions and their aspirations and their concerns. And out of that conversation, 4 interrelated themes emerged, and I want to share them with you. 1, Portland State is not living up to its ideals. 2, we as a campus are not doing enough to fight racism and promote equity. 3, our past dialogues, symposia, and convenings have not created action or change. Thereby, they started with some hope, they generated some interesting ideas, and then it ended up being a disappointment and frustration. Can't let that happen again. And importantly, our failure to take action and step forward with bold change is hurting our faculty, staff, and students. I'm grateful to every person who has shared with me and other campus leaders their personal experiences and aspirations. I've been deeply affected by these conversations. And I believe these reflections that they were shared with me are right as they were listened to me. We have not done enough. We have much more to do. We need to be committed to action. We need to make a difference. It is my deep desire today represents a fresh start, the opportunity to learn from those who have experienced racism, discrimination, injustice, and oppression. I hope today we can envision the university we want to become. Our work today must begin framing bold action to create change. We must commit to the goal of eliminating all forms of racism and discrimination. I realize that many here today, and like others who are not joining us, approach this day with some skepticism, wondering if it'll be another exercise, another conversation, another convening where voices are shared, ideas begin to happen, and then energy dissipates and nothing changes. We are creating a huge injustice if we let that happen again, and we can't do that. This is not a business as usual day for me, and I don't think it is for you either. Promoting equity and justice at Portland State is the most important work of my presidency. It's all of our work, and we must start with a commitment to the sustained work that is required for true transformation. Let our transformation start today, and let us commit to this for the long term. We can't solve it all immediately, but we can commit to working it over the long term to make real difference. Thank you for being part of the Equity Summit today. I appreciate the privilege of learning from so many members of our campus community. Thank you.
I can't breathe. Again, who would have imagined 2020 would be 2014 all over? Again, we watched a life taken without regard, feeling our anxiety and panic rise alongside the witnesses to a murder. Once again, we are gripped with the sense of powerlessness, of grief, and of disbelief, unable to draw a line connecting the alleged crime to the resulting extrajudicial punishment. I can't breathe. What my daughter says when I engage in relentless tickling. Now an abrupt reminder that at any point in time, life can be interrupted by race. Life can be changed, life can be ended. These reminders have been everywhere. Who gets to sleep and wake up safely? Who gets to go for a run? Who gets to watch birds? Who gets to take a nap in common spaces? Who gets to love the wrong person? Who gets to barbecue in public? Who gets to campaign in nice neighborhoods? On a macro level, who gets to be angry? Who gets to be difficult? Who gets to push back? Who gets to be a maverick? And fundamentally, who gets to be human? I can't breathe. It has become the shorthand BIPOC folks are using to describe what it feels like to be in spaces that were not created for them. It is the exhaustion, the censorship, the vulnerability, the doubt, the discomfort, the stress, the spiritual death, the invisibility and hypervisibility, and the rage that comes from sitting at someone else's table and having to play by someone else's rules. Of the many folks I have spoken to from past jobs this summer, my students have stuck with me the most because I have felt mostly helpless to assist them. If you want to build an infrastructure to do this work, call me. I don't have all the answers, but I can definitely help. But what do I say to my students who are grieving, some for the first time because of their age, as they grapple with the signals everywhere that indicate that their lives are not valued? What can I say besides you matter to me? You matter to us. What can I do besides sit with them over the phone or Zoom call, allowing folks to talk, to yell, to cry, or sit in silence? What tools do I have besides saying over and over again to my students in ways that are part hope, part prayer, part defiance, and part determination? You will not die. You will not die. In spite of oppressive systems and structures, and through this devastation, you will not die. You will make it through. You will find your light again. National tragedies have added to the weight of the local for us and have ripped at scabs on our current and historical wounds. The tragic loss of Jason Washington, the raised voices that have not been heard, the screams that have been silently uttered because no one would get it or the cost of sharing could be too great, the hours and love that have gone into plans that have not been implemented, the rhetoric that has not been matched by action, the promise of what could be that has not become reality, the history of exclusion and oppression in and of the land, all amplified by a deadly pandemic, wildfires, families as teachers, and an election with very high stakes. There is fatigue, anxiety, disappointment, frustration, bitterness, and the apathy and disengagement that only come after one too many dashed hopes and one too many heartbreaks. What do you do when the wounds are too great, the memories are too painful, the offenses too many, the sense of betrayal too deep, and everything is so fraught, but you must find a way forward? In trying to answer these vexing questions, I have looked at nations who have faced this dilemma. The atrocities committed were so horrific that no amount of punishment would be satisfactory. Yet the country had to somehow hold together. These countries, starting with Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu in South Africa, and hopefully someday soon, my two homes, the United States and Nigeria, have turned to truth and reconciliation efforts to find a way forward. Justice will have to look a little different than originally thought. It will become an unflinching look at the truth, an honest acknowledgement of harm done, and an acceptance of responsibility in exchange for amnesty or a release from punishment due. This is not the kind of quickly demanded or unearned forgiveness, that ever-charged term for BIPOC communities, because it is often used to prevent righteous rage and full expressions of humanity. This forgiveness is earned through acknowledgement and responsibility. And it is about choice, a decision that wrestles BIPOC freedom away from a dominant person and system so they can breathe. We are a community in need of healing and reconciliation. Healing requires forgiveness. Forgiveness is facilitated by truth and accountability. Reconciliation requires repair. As Martin Luther King Jr. so powerfully put it, we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So you see, we are all players in this symphony of our lives and our institution, and we find ourselves on a quest to find and to reach our preferred future. We are not after perfection here, but we are in search of transformation. For Portland State University to be who it can be, who it should be, we must see, hear, and respond in new ways, and we must do it over and over again until our new ways become our now ways. We must plow and plant and nurture what currently seems like dead soil until new life springs forth. We must surface and attend to hitting and competing commitments that can sabotage the work, and we must engage with our fear of failure, success, and change. We must create opportunities to rebuild relationships and trust. We must create opportunities to innovate for justice and equity, and we must build a capacity to own this work at every level of the organization, starting but not ending at the top. We must bridge from our pain to our restoration, from our present to our future, and from our despair to our possibilities. We need a purpose, a vision, and an ambition so great in this area that it transforms us. We get to do what so many countries have been unable to do, even if we do it imperfectly. We get to center and enable the upliftment and advancement of BIPOC folks in ways that speak to their intersecting identities and different experiences and needs, and in ways that uplift the whole. As President Percy said, we know many of you have been here before and feel like you cannot risk dreaming of a different outcome. We need you to. We ask you to take the risk once more, to imagine, what if we actually move forward this time? What can this look like at PSU and in Portland? What will it take for us to face truth, to deal with impact, to repair, and to find new paths to move forward together? That is the work before us. We're here to find a pathway to our next because the current reality is not serving us, and we know we cannot get to next from here without doing things differently. We are here to create a container for our hearing, our healing, our thriving, and our elevation. If anyone could figure this out alone, we would not need to be here. But we need all of us to do this. The responsibilities and the work might be different, but we all have work to do. As we imagine possibilities and realities that do not yet exist, we honestly acknowledge the headwinds that face us. We know that success will not come easy or quick, and we know progress will be uneven and messy and that there will be setbacks. We have some sense of what the future will demand from us for possibility to become reality. Yet, part hope, part prayer, part defiance, and part determination, we say, in spite of it all and through it all, we will tap into the power, light, and assets in our community, and we will fight for, we will work for, and we will hang in there for a future that is for more of us. With all of the brilliance and passion I have encountered as I have entered the PSU community, I am going to bet on us getting this done. We have what we need, and we are the ones we have been waiting for. This moment must matter. We must make it matter. This is our time to act. The future is calling. Thank you.
When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. When times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled waters, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. When you're down and out, and when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Ooh, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled waters, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you so much for that beautiful, moving tribute and song. I just shared in the chat that I have a heart. My heart is in my throat this morning. I'm so moved by this opening. And now my name is Jen Hetzel-Silbert. I'm going to invite the slide that's going to introduce our lead facilitator design team up. I want to deeply thank those who've had the chance to speak with us so far, in particular, Dr. Lambert, who was a member of our design team. Along with her, in fact, I'm going to give everyone an opportunity to, who hasn't done so yet, I just posted in the chat the landing page for downloading the participant guide for those that need that. And so there are 5 of us that came together to put together the basic outline of how today is going to flow. In addition to Dr. Lambert, we've had the honor of working with Dr. Kathy Royal, whom you're going to speak or hear speak shortly. Dr. Royal, or Kathy, comes to us from a long history of civil disobedience that started back in the 60s, and she is a queen, a diva, and a social justice advocate who is also a behavior scientist and brings her passion and her wisdom to so many organizations and communities around the globe who truly have a fierce belief in the beauty of their dreams. I myself have background in organization development as well. I and my husband, Tony, in fact, our roots are in international development and in economics, which then led us to careers in organization development and behavior sciences. My work has been hinged greatly in the arena of equity and inclusion, particularly in education and in the labor market, where I believe so fiercely that all people are meant to work, earn, and learn to their fullest potential. Tony also has a background in international development and organization development. We are a husband and wife team, for those who didn't catch on that dynamic. We will be partnering also with Omri Johnson, who is dialing in from Basel, Switzerland today. And he is the former global head of inclusion and cultural intelligence at Novartis. So we have a host of talent in addition to ourselves, dozens of task force facilitators that will be your shepherds and your guides for the day. Those names are listed in the participant guide as well. And I'd like to now call us, if you haven't downloaded the participant guide, it is on the landing page. I did add it in the chat. So take a moment to grasp that, because we're going to jump into our first brief introductory activity where we're going to do introductions and invite you to arrive. If you could please advance the slide. Thank you. And this is an introduction opportunity where we're welcoming our full use of self, full selves. Every identity you bring to these very critical, very urgent conversations, and consider the stories you are holding on to, the stories that are keeping your attention. And we invite you, once we send you into the breakouts to share your introductions, to share those stories that are keeping your attention. And when you share those stories, to speak from your full self, to speak from your identities. Consider what hopes, what energy brings you today, and how we can all arrive together. There's a motto that's going to guide our work for this activity and all the activities to follow, and it's inspired by my mentor extraordinaire who passed a little over a year ago. Her name is Jane Magruder Watkins, and she always said, plan tight, hang loose. So we have planned tight for today's agenda, and we're going to hang loose because no doubt there'll be some hiccups along the way. This first introductory activity gives us a chance to try out the breakouts firsthand, giving you a more intimate space to introduce yourself with other participants, both those who are with us in Zoom and those who are live streaming. Thanks, shout out to those of you who are there as well. So Ryan, without further ado, if you could help us launch those Zoom breakouts. Again, reference your introduction activity in the participant guide and or take a photo of this slide here so that we share our stories and the hopes and energy that are bringing us here using our full self, our full identities. All right, we're going to beam into breakouts shortly and enjoy.
As I mentioned to our subgroup room C, the goal is to have more meaningful, smaller groups. And if we stayed in the larger 500 person Zoom link, there's only a max of 50 groups. So you would be in groups of 10 or so. And that would be a little bit harder to manage to have meaningful conversations. So this first round of introductions was also to help you get used to moving in between rooms. So the way it will work is that we have some task force facilitators that will be in each, at least 10 or so for each of the rooms, so that if you have questions when we get into the small group breakouts, they should be able to assist you. But again, most things are going to be in your participant guide. So the intro was on page 5. Our next activity after Kathy is going to be our discovery interviews, which we will be going back into small group breakouts. And the others should be coming back now. I see where the numbers are going up rapidly.
Welcome back. I believe as folks are trickling back in, deepest thanks for those that had some technical ruffles. It comes with the territory. Thank you for staying nimble and staying flexible, but most important, thank you for staying in the conversation. Your voices, every single one of you, matters so greatly to being here. So I encourage you throughout the day, if other technical glitches should happen, please stay in, lean in, and we will do our very best to come to your rescue however possible. I want to invite those who had the chance to share some stories, maybe even those who didn't have enough time to do so, but could hear. 2 opportunities. One, we're calling this popcorn report outs of your arrival in your introductory stories. You have the option of sharing those stories again in the chat here in Zoom, and or sharing them out loud. I welcome a show of hands where I'm going to look to my AV team to help unmute key persons that want to briefly share a story or a hope. Again, bringing your full use of self into this summit. I see Tracy just raised her hand. Can we unmute Tracy? Great, Tracy, you're on.
Okay, so popcorning out. Uh-oh, my clock's gonna ring.
It's all good.
Yeah. So there were 5 of us, and you know, I'm sorry, they were very multicultural, very a group of very diverse people. One of the folks in the group wanted to think about where the critique of capitalism and the oppressive nature of capitalism stands. Are we working towards emancipatory goals? And that was the word that was used as cognitive dissonance. What gave this person hope is everything is in motion, nothing is set in stone if everyone is working towards that. Another person said that awareness gives them hope. And initially, the person did not feel that people were aware, but that's changing. And then another person in our group had to leave America to be called American and lived within 2 worlds. Feels like that, but the hope part of it is just working towards understanding the ethnic identities. And then for me, love gives me hope. Working through just understanding our nature and human beings.
Thank you so much. We have time for a couple more, and keep them coming in the chat. These are beautiful. Jacob, you had your hand up. If Jacob, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Jacob Richmond, thank you.
Hi. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My introductory room was small, just me and Margaret, but we both independently had the story and hope and concern to talk about the Disarm PSU police campaign, in particular, how that's stalled. And we, in a greater sense, hope that this could be a place where we can talk about specific issues, not just structural issues. And that's certainly one of them. And to highlight that, last night, a young Black man named Kevin Peterson Jr. was killed by Vancouver police across the river. So to highlight our concerns and the importance of this moment and the disarm movement.
Thank you so much for sharing. Do we have these? There's some beautiful stories coming in on the chat. For the sake of time, I'm going to move us to the next piece, but keep them coming. The stories are it said the universe is made up of, some believe it's made up of atoms, others believe it's made up of stories. And this is an event full of stories. And the stories are what channel us to our next phase of this work. So thank you, and keep them coming in the chat. If we could call up the slides, Ryan, I would like to make a very, very warm introduction to my colleague, my friend, my mentor, our Nana of this summit design, and her name is the lovely Dr. Kathy Royal. Again, social justice advocate, civil disobedient disruptor, appreciative inquiry co-founder, I would say, and behavior scientist extraordinaire. Kathy, do we have you unmuted? We'd like to give you a warm welcome and share the art of the possible. I'm scrolling through the chat for those who aren't able to see. There's some lovely stories coming in about from the BLM movement. People are sharing their stories. We heard in my room, and I'm seeing it again here in the chat, about white fragility and really owning those stories with humility, such that it was significantly, had nothing to do with being right and everything to do with bringing our full selves to the conversation and getting to know someone in ways that we, in the process, got to know ourselves with very fresh eyes. Keep the stories coming. These are lovely. And lovely. Kathy, I'm going to turn it over to you. You have your fun. Welcome.
Thank you so much. That is so hilarious. And listen, mad gratefulness to Brian. I'm sitting in B and I'm talking to you, Jen, and I'm saying, Jen, some people can't hear. Jen, the volume. And finally, Brian said, Kathy, you need to leave this building. So I thought I did, but I didn't. So again, it is so wonderful to be here with everyone. And I don't think that I've had a better linkage to the introductory statements and the statement from the president of the university to what I'd like to talk with you about. And I was listening to some of the popcorn pop-ups, and they give me an opportunity to be with you even when we're not together. And that's kind of been a theme for this year, 2020. And so I'm like Kermit the Frog. I'm not changing my clocks back tonight because I don't need one more hour of 2020. So I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay in daylight savings time. But when Dr. Lambert talked about what's going on and the hope and the healing, and when our presenters were talking about honoring the land and raising our hands to the work that we're doing, I want to say a little bit about that as well. So the more we join our voices, the more powerful our voices become. So I'd like to talk about what we currently label in the organization that I work with called the Territory. And the territory is where you are now. We are entering new territory. We are forging a path to our preferred future. We talk about the land remembers. And if we are part of the land, if we talk about this as some indigenous people do as Great Turtle Island, then we also are part of Great Turtle Island. Everything that happens on the land happens to the man or the woman who also lives on the land. So the land remembers, and because we are part of the land, our souls remember. So can you imagine, just think for a moment with me, that if you can go back 9 generations in your family to your ancestors who arrived here in some state of immigrant status, some as enslaved Africans, some as people who lived on this land. This is the only land that they've known. And we think about it. And if we think 9 generations, I often work in a space of 7 generations, but think about 9 generations back. That would mean that there are 2,048 people directly linked to you whom the land and the soul of the land remembers in order for you to be here today. And if we think about the enslaved Africans, the indigenous people who were walked off this land, the immigrants who came from the opium wars, who were in some ways tricked into coming to work to forge the railroad, there are so many stories of how the land remembers and how the people remember, because our souls are part of the land and we hold that trauma. We also hold that strength. That is just amazing to me when I think that there are 2,000 people directly connected to me who are holding me in a space of strength and who have been in many ways activists for their livelihood, for the livelihood of what John Lewis calls the beloved community. So I want to talk to us about the art of the possible. I'd like to join my voice as an appreciative inquiry uh, creator, as a woman who has worked in the civil rights movement since I was a kid. And I'm not sure that I've said this to anyone in this room, but one of the things that I'm remembering today in terms of the village is that when I was a girl, and I guess I'm honoring my brother today because uh, he's a cancer survivor, and he's also now been diagnosed with COVID-19. And so when we talk about we're living in a pandemic of a pandemic and into an epidemic, all of that is filling this room for me. And it's also moving me, moving us, encouraging us to go forward. We can do this. We can do this. And as a matter of fact, we're the only ones that can do it. And so when I think about that, I also think about the understanding of what it means to be in a triage of hope. How do I own what has happened? And so if I look at that historical reality, what I've been talking about a little bit for you, around the land remembers and the soul of the people remembers, there's so much in there that we can take hope, encouragement from. Again, the beloved community. And as a girl, I watched this beloved community get created. And my brother and I were always there at Sunday dinner. And so this is kind of the understanding of Black life in America, in Detroit, Michigan, on the Great Migration between Detroit and Mobile, Alabama. And the idea that we were in this kitchen with these men. And so I really want to speak up for Patsy. I ask Patsy all the time to stay with me. And when I ask about Patsy, I want us to think about, we all looked at 12 Years a Slave, and we all thought about Solomon Northup and the amazing journey and how he got back to Boston and back to his family. So here's a question for the researchers. Here's a question for the feminists. Here's a question for the activists. Here's a question for the scholar. Here's a question for the behavioral scientists. What happened to Patsy? What happened to Patsy? So we have generational Patsy. So we now have Breonna Taylor. We have Mr. George Floyd. But what happens to women of color, to men of color, to BIPOC? So what happened to Patsy? So go on a search, go on an anthropological search for Patsy. But what I also want to remind you is that when we think about that, I'm sitting in the kitchen, my dad is there, and we're talking, and I'm doing what I did as a beloved girl. My father, if I stood at the top of the stairs, my dad clapped. So let me just be clear. I'm a daddy's girl, and I was raised to believe that the world adored me. Imagine my surprise. But when I'm with my dad and these men at this table, 60 years later, I had no idea that those men were Dr. Martin Luther King, Reverend John Smedler, Reverend Cecil Franklin, Aretha Franklin's father, my dad, and they were all sitting around my dining room table talking about the March on Detroit for Jobs and the March on Washington. So here I am, a girl, and I'm in the kitchen, and I really want them to get finished. And so, because I wanted some time with my dad. And as I think about it and as I talk about it, the only thing I really remembered about those times was that they smelled like Old Spice, and they smelled like Jade East, and they smelled like English leather, because that's the aura, that's the aroma. And now I'm so grateful, I'm so honored, I'm so humbled at how much they poured into me around those kitchen tables, and how much, even when I thought I wasn't listening, the souls of those men and women were pouring resistance into me. And so that historical reality is what we reach from to create the strength to be here, to do this now. And then we talk about a triage of change. And so, as you can see on the screen, it's going to take a use of self. Each one of us has to bring ourselves to this work. Each one of us has a role to play. In understanding racism, we must design our preferred future. And when I talk about the future, I talk about, there's not a whole lot that we look at on the cultural board that we can't look at differently. So we can create a next culture. So the new normal might not be really so good for me. So I'm thinking, what would our new normal look like? What would the next culture look like? We have the ability to make that change, but it is going to require an understanding of critical race theory. It's going to require an understanding of racism and its connection to power. I heard someone in the popcorn talk about the idea of capitalism. And in capitalism, you have to have a working class. And almost you have to have an underclass. And so the conscious structure of how this culture lives now is why I say, I want the next culture, please, more please. And you, we, us, do that. We create this next culture. And the thing I think about that is, how do we partner for a shared future? How do we create what we want? So when Dr. Lambert said, we are the ones we've been waiting for, that's one of my favorite quotes. It comes from the Black Women's Health Project and a woman by the name of Dr. Billie Avery. And so it's been in my life for so many years. And maybe it's been the driving force. I want you to take it in, but more than anything, I want us to look at the ground that we're standing on. The ground is shaking. This is a tectonic shift that we have the opportunity to absolutely catapult to a new culture. Whatever happens in this country on November 3rd, it's going to take all of us to do what we want to have happen in 2021. And if we're in my beloved Nigeria, it's going to take the same thing, because the children over there, if you've been tracking, are asking for the same thing. Stop killing Black people. Stop killing people of color. Stop killing BIPOC people. And so this current reality also has so much strength in it. Those 2,048 people who existed so you could exist today, you are the only reason at this moment why they worked, they thrived, they took the lash, they ran through the night, they followed the North Star, they talked about the blankets, they said, I will put my weapons down and fight no more forever. I will do this, I will protect the land. That's what we're paying attention to in order to create a better future. Those little babies who sang, their lives are in our hands. And by the way, as the circle of life revolves, your lives will be in their hands. So this co-creating a preferred future, that's why we designed this as a, next slide, please, Ryan. That's why we redesigned this as the path forward. We know the history. The land remembers, our souls remember. But our souls also should remember the strength and the determination that each one of those ancestors put into us. Each village, each person coming to the United States, maybe arriving on a nightmare, praying for a dream, as Maya Angelou says in The Promise of Morning, or maybe coming for a dream and arriving and seeing that dream come to be. But that path, that appreciative inquiry into the past, from the past to the future, that's why we're here today. So something brought you here, and I'm thinking it brought you here to forge a new path, to create a new PSU, to create the next PSU that joins voices. So I want to remind us, next slide, Ryan, that our work is not to create not to create the exclusion that we have lived, but to create what we want to see as a community that strives and is inclusive, and that many people flock to, and BIPOC people flock to, and we create intelligent, wonderful ways of being inclusive. And so when we talk about healing, and we talk about it in a triage, I want to be clear that these deep wounds have to heal from the inside up, layer by layer by layer. And so, you know, when you have something that scabs over and it gets hit or bumped, wow, the hurt comes right back. But when we allow ourselves to heal and think and heal and look for ways to join, then we have a stronger break or a stronger muscle than the one that we had. And so what we look for, we find. What we pay attention to grows. And I talk about when we're in the territory, one of the things I say is we need new seeds. We need new seeds. The land will accept new seeds. And I'm not talking about genetically modified seeds, no offense. But we need organically grown out of our thoughts, our heart, our beliefs that we can be inclusive and live on a multicultural, cross-global plane at the same time. My dream in terms of what we pay attention to grows is that we grow a new culture. So we have to figure out what is it we're letting go of. Remember, we asked you the question, what are you paying attention to as you come? So in order to go from one place to another, the holding on requires some letting go to jettison to the next place. Next slide. And the thing I'm really paying attention to is the use of self part of how we change the world. I remember from those men in my kitchen, and I'm just going to report myself. I was between 8 and 12 when all of this was going on. And so, you know, those are very impressionable years. I watched my mom as a civil rights activist, and I watched my dad as someone who boycotted Dearborn, Michigan, and other places in Detroit. And he said to the whole family, to the church, to everyone, we will not shop in Dearborn, Michigan. We will turn our money in our community 3 times before it goes someplace else. And if they don't want us, they really don't want our money, because I'm not going to give you money and not have myself there. So that was like bedrock. Look at that financial piece on it. But people commit to what they help create. And so today, I'm asking us to begin to think with each other about the compelling reason why we want to do this, and then go forth and do it. And the other thing I want us to think about, I'm doing a time check, Tony. I want us to think about how we create something. How do we create it? What does it mean? Because if we are thinking that the only thing I want is revenge, then we're living in the old culture. What does the next culture look like? How do we come to the edge of each other's identities to forge a stronger bond where the respect is between each individual and not a corporation or not an ideology or not a notion of dominance and not a notion of creating a prison culture? Notice how we created that culture. I watched that culture come into being. So how do we create the next culture? Next slide. One of the things that has to happen for all of us as we look at our hurt soul. And so I want to report to you that I'm remembering the 60s, and this is my story that lives in this story. I'm a daughter of Jim Crow. I could not get water when we went back to the old country, meaning Alabama. I had to drink Coca-Cola as a little girl when we drove through Alabama, when we drove through Virginia. My mom could not get water for me, so we had to buy a Coca-Cola if I was thirsty. I couldn't use a restroom, so I had to learn how, as a young girl, to let modesty go and relieve myself sometimes in what I felt were public places because I'm a little girl. I also remember the 1968 riots. So I'm a daughter of Jim Crow. I'm also a daughter of the Vietnam era. I came to age in the Vietnam era. I married my beloved husband because he was going off to Vietnam. And I remember the riots. And as I remember those riots, I also remember sleeping on top of my oldest child as the military and the weapons and the canyons aimed at my windows. And so I slept on top of my daughter, up against the wall, under the window, so that if the bullets were aimed at the windows, my daughter was safe. It didn't necessarily mean I was safe, but my daughter was safe. I remember that. And what's really beautiful about it is I don't know what I did. I can't tell you what I did right now, but I created it so that she doesn't remember it. She doesn't remember it. And what came after that was where I want us to pay attention to these 4 levels of trust. Because for hurt to heal from the inside up, we also have to figure out how to trust each other again. And so I want to honor Dr. Louise Diamond's work. And Dr. Diamond said that in order to have 4 levels of trust, first, I trust you mean me no harm. So I trust that what I'm going to say to you, how we're going to be in this space together, is going to be a space where we all are welcomed and we all are valued and we all recognize I trust that you understand my interests. So we all came here to think about BIPOC and the impact of what some of us call 600 years of genocide on people of color just because of skin color. Because we know we can all be together, we can all mate and create healthy babies. So how did this bifurcation come to be, that there is a sense in our culture that we can own each other, we can traffic each other, we can kill each other with impunity by the people that we trust? So what I want us to think about is, in Portland State University, in this room, on this day, how do I use myself, remember the triage now, to trust that you will mean me no harm? And that's a big step. It's a big step for people who have been in this struggle for a long time and are fearful that what they did doesn't count. It's a big step for people who have been in this struggle for a long time and have been ignored and beaten and jailed. I remember the beautiful image of white mothers creating a band of protection in Portland for the resistors. And I said, okay, I'm in. I'm going to that place. Little did I know that this was going to happen, but being touched by something. So I trust that you understand my interests. And in order to understand my interests, you really have to sit in a place of inquiry, which is why we're going to work with inquiry. I trust that you care enough about me that you want to see my interests satisfied. And so me could be that young baby, me could be those beautiful children singing, me could be Dean Marvin, me could be Viola Liuzzo's children. So the me can be any of us in this space. So we're going to have to look at our hurt, our souls remembering, and move into a place of trust. And finally, what is so important, because here you go, this is the action that comes after the trust. I trust that you care enough about me and my interests that you will represent my interests when I am not present. Because BIPOC people are not often in the same places as white people, and white people are not often in the same places as BIPOC people. And so both of us, if we are going to do what we have come to do, we are also going to have to carry each other into places and spaces where we are not always present together. I trust that you will respect my interests and believe in my interests, even when I am not present. That's a power dynamic. That's a use of self. That's an understanding of critical race theory. And that's an understanding of how do we create our preferred future. Can I have the next slide? I'm getting a little, so I know I need to stop. So I need to report myself one more time. I'm in chapter 4 of a 5-chapter story. I never thought I would see this day where I actually thought the things that I was fighting for, I would see before I joined the ancestors. So there are 2 things I'm going to do. I'm going to put my life in the hands of young people like you and in the hands of colleagues and indigenous people who are younger than me. And when I say that, I say, coming from a culture that honors their elders, that you will be interested in my interests because my interests have been to the point of making sure that you got here. Not you, but we could get to this cultural point. And so now let us move this forward. I'm ready to roll back and say, look, go on now. And so in that way, this work for me is the most affirming work of my life. And I'm not done, but I certainly am ready to have a bridge to some young people who have some fire. And if you're in this room today, I'm writing you down as the fire folks. Thank you.
I love it, Kathy. I love it. Thank you, my friend, for your powerful words. Truly inspiring, truly powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to move us into our next activity, which is going to be our discovery interviews. And everyone should have had a chance to practice in their introductions. So while I'm walking us through briefly the overview of the activity, you should have page 8 of your participant guide open, which has the discovery questions to guide this next activity. I believe Ryan will be putting in the chat the Zoom breakout rooms just like last time. And once we get to the Zoom breakout, the larger Zoom rooms, A, B, C, D, and E, you will then be put into small groups again by your technician in that larger room. And then you will have around 15 to 20 minutes for this interview and to capture and jot down some notes. And we will come back. Ryan, would you advance the slide? 2 slides, one more. So this is the question that you will be engaging in. You got a chance to introduce yourself. By the time we come back from Discovery, you will be experts of going in and out of small group rooms. This is the question. We are living in a pivotal time. We have the collective responsibility for creating a more just and equitable PSU, a moment of opportunity, reckoning, a pivotal moment, a radical reawakening. Using your full self and identities, talk about a time when you felt heard, included, and sincerely welcomed by the community, at PSU or elsewhere, a time when you experienced meaningful engagement across race with people from multiple backgrounds, races, ethnicities, religion, gender identities, and then share your story. So you're gonna get a chance to go deep and remember those levels of trust that Kathy mentioned. And with that, I want to make sure everyone has the Zoom links. Ryan, I see them in the chat. So again, you have the option to go to BIPOC Room A, BIPOC Room B, or cross-racial group C, D, or E. And this will take us to our break, which will be at 11:05 till 11:15, and we will be coming back to the main room at 11:15 to hear a little bit of the wisdom and the stories. And with that, let's zoom away. Thank you.
There is an indefinable, mysterious power that pervades everything. I feel it, though I do not see it. It is this unseen power which makes itself felt and yet defies all proof.
Ryan, can you unmute the lead facilitators, please? Kathy, Amre, Ame, Jenin. Well, I'm unmuted, obviously. Thank you.
Yay!
Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
Woo.
A little namaste to the day. Welcome back. Welcome back. We would love to hear a couple of stories that you shared or heard that inspired you in your group. We'd love to hear a few of the stories from your group. Like before, Ryan, it's fine to have the screen with everyone's pictures and perfect. This way we can see, either raise your hand if you know where that feature is, or just unmute yourself so we can hear. Who would like to start us off with a powerful story that you heard or shared in your small groups from the discovery? Sam, I see you. Are you looking to unmute? Who would like to share a story? Thank you.
I can go. I'm Michael Velasquez. I'm a current grad student with the social work program. And I just want to speak of the most recent occurrence I can think of is just being a part of the MSW program and, you know, sort of this whole process in terms of how we're all kind of working together and creating a space where that would be the most beneficial for our learning, and how can we all come together. And I enjoy how the instructors and everyone is sort of including us all in this process and asking us our feedback and like, how can we make this better? How can we include more people and make this about equity? And it was a pleasure to learn that PSU has taken the anti-racism stance, and specifically the social work program taking that anti-racist and anti-racism stance. And I feel like that was important. Yeah. Thank you.
Michael, thanks for having the courage to be the first one to share. It always takes one. So thank you. I appreciate that. Who would like to go next? These are the
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Flori. I am a PSU student and my major is in psychology. And I'm here to just to see how PSU can change going forward, and focusing mostly in people with disabilities, students with disabilities. I am a student with a disability. I am blind. And I shared my story back in 2016 was when I started my career here, or my, you know, my journey at PSU. I told myself, you know what, I'm gonna go in, and since psychology requires stats, I said, I'm gonna go do the hard thing first. And if I can pass that class, and then I think that will be a sign for me to continue going forward. And Holden, you know, I was able to surprisingly pass this class. One of the things that I feel was a great resource for me was obviously Students with Disabilities Resource Center. And I felt really supported with them, and they were able to provide all the materials that I needed so I can access it. And for me, that was key. And I felt that because of them, I was able to successfully pass my class, and obviously the faculty too, the teacher, professor, made a big impact. And I'm just here to, be a voice for people out there, students with disabilities, and how to just, how can PSU just embrace these students and help them, motivate them to continue going forward with their education. Having a disability in itself is a big challenge, and then being able to have that challenge and go with, continue forward with your education is just another obstacle. But I'm thankful for the DRC and all the staff and all the hard work that they're doing over there in that area. But I just hope that there could be more resources for us.
Thank you for sharing that important story. Thank you. I saw Maud, you had your hand raised, I believe. We've got time for one or two more, and then we're going to move on.
I did have my hand raised, but then I lowered it when other people started talking because I'd rather hear what other people have to say. But rather than sharing a specific story from my group, I'd like to share some of the commonality in the stories, which is the kind of paradoxical relationship between identity, which has to do with the self, and the environment of other people that are around, and how much a difference the other people make in how we're able to be ourselves. And that's why this work here at PSU is so important. So from one participant talking about other people being able to pronounce her name, to another person talking about the difference between understanding that she's a resident of Hawaii, but not a native Hawaiian, and how easy that is for people to understand in one place and not as easy to understand in another. And it all goes back to the example that Tracy gave of having to leave the United States to be called American, right? And so that context, who we become and how we're able to be in the presence of others, is very powerful.
Powerful. Thank you for sharing those commonalities in the stories. We've got time for one more. One more. Okay. Since I don't see any hands or anyone on my screen waving or unmuting,
Tony, I'll share.
Oh, thank you, Marvin.
Yeah, our group was very diverse as well. There was this interesting juxtaposition between the way all of us sort of get seen and heard at PSU versus how we're seen and heard in other contexts. And for all of us, those places where you felt really fully seen and heard were really conferences with people who have similar interests and ideas and stories, right? But there was an interesting, I think, comment about PSU, particularly around expectations for how BIPOC folks will communicate. And we talked about this notion of the Portland way and the Oregon way, and the pressure that we all feel to conform to that, whatever that is, and the recognition that that is a very white thing, right? And that freedom is sort of being able to step outside of that and be who one truly is, and not be seen or as just a Black person speaking or just an Asian person speaking, but as a person who represents a certain field or a certain area of focus and so on.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your voice this morning to start us off. I'm going to invite Ryan or anyone from the tech team to give a shout out from, I'm imagining many hundreds, if not thousands of people that are streaming live on YouTube, to see if there are any stories or comments from the streaming YouTube. Ryan or anyone from the tech team, is there anything to add?
I've been watching the comments, and we do have 150 people on the stream.
Wow.
We definitely had some real, much like we had in the chat here in Zoom, a lot of showing us support for many of the comments that we've heard. I'll keep asking if anybody has any comments that they want to get on the record here.
That would be perfect. We're trying to include as many voices as we can in this conversation. So thank you for that. And thank you for your whole tech team for making the magic happen. I'm going to turn it over. Is it Ame or is it you, Ryan, for the Bridging Our Past and Our Future presentation?
Is Dr. Sai Adler, Adri Jones, and Victoria Calderon.
Okay, so I will start. Dr. Lambert asked me to reflect on the ways in which Portland State and its students have changed during the time I've been here. I'm honored to say a few words about that, and I'm acutely aware that my perspective is a partial one. When I arrived at Portland State as an assistant professor of urban studies and planning in 1982, it became clear that I would be working with non-traditional age college students. They were older working people. I wasn't by any means the oldest person in the room. I taught at 4 p.m. and at night in order to accommodate working people. There were very few freshmen on campus at the time. Mostly transfer students were in attendance, and the student body was very largely white. Starting in the latter 1980s, leaders at state and regional levels conceptualized a university that is embedded in its place in new ways, an urban university that would be analogous to the land-grant university, for example, Oregon State, in our context. And starting in 1990, new Portland State University President Judith Rameli, who's now a member of our Board of Trustees, embraced the urban university idea. She crafted the motto, "Let knowledge serve the city," which meant in part that faculty and students doing research on campus in collaboration with community partners would improve practice, the quality of life in our place. In addition, during that time, Portland State grew the number of freshmen who were attending the university, and retention issues became a concern. University Studies was created as a new approach to undergraduate general education, and capstones were included. Those were required service learning projects, and they brought national attention to the university. Again, reflecting a notion of a university mobilizing its resources to improve the quality of life in its place. UNST was also designed so as to improve retention rates of increasing numbers of freshmen and also boost graduation rates. So this was, again, an early manifestation of a deep and abiding concern with student success. When I taught freshman inquiry starting in 2009, I remembered thinking that I had gone 27 years without ever having even had a conversation with a freshman. So working with freshmen in the classroom was a very significant experience for me and had a big impact on the way I thought about education. More recently, and where we are now, there's been a dramatic increase in the percentage of new Portland State University students who are students of color. It's about 50%. It's a profound change from what the university was like when I arrived. The undergraduate student body is younger on average than when I arrived and much more diverse than previously, but is still significantly non-traditional. Graduate students are about the same age as back then, but in both cases, the non-traditional nature of the student body continues to be a resource. The kinds of experience non-traditional students bring to our classrooms, to the campus, extremely important. A large percentage of students are still working while going to school and are also parenting and taking care of aging parents. In addition, in the context of the pandemic, our Homeless Research and Action Collaborative recently found that large percentages of our students experience food and housing insecurity. That's a different and very profound challenge. Letting knowledge serve the city continues to be a defining characteristic of the university, as does an abiding interest in student success. There are also resources to be drawn upon as we do the work to create an anti-racist institution that we are discussing here today. Thank you very much. And now Victoria Calderon will talk about the undergraduate student experience.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Alder. My name is Victoria Calderon. I am a first-generation Indigenous Latin non-traditional student. As I do stand in front of here today, though I am extremely secure in my cultural identity, I do need to acknowledge that my experience as a white-appearing individual do not represent those of other Indigenous Latin persons who do not have the privilege that comes with that. My experience in Portland as a city started in 2013 after moving here on a whim from New York City. Moving to Oregon came by chance, and while exciting to take another aspect of the country, came a lot of shock as well. Moving from New York, I was isolated initially by the plain and simple lack of diversity that is found as Portland as a major city center. Over the years, it's almost felt like a lot of pain and lack of diversity, and even worsening due to the racial equity gaps that are obviously seen in Oregon. Becoming a mother, these stood out. I started out at a community college here in Oregon a few years ago and transferred to Portland State to finish my bachelor's. I'm a non-traditional student in the fact that outside of attending PSU full-time, I work 40 to 50 hours a week in finance. Due to the pandemic, I'm now homeschooling my 4-year-old, and I retain a board position at a nonprofit focused on queer youth. My initiative there is to support resources for the Latin community as well as other BIPOC students and teenagers in the Clackamas County. I do try and have the standard university experience as well, though I don't live on campus. I am a research assistant with some really incredible grad students, one of my most inspiring professors. I'm also helping organize a public health board with a focus on equity for BIPOC and resources for houseless folks. That's a club here on campus that we'll be submitting paperwork for soon. And I work at the Cultural Resource Center at La Casa Latina. I believe because of all these things, I feel compelled to be one of the people I don't see currently in the professional field. To be queer, Latin, and a single mother is something to overcome. And PSU is an integral step in that process for me becoming the demographic I want to see. As we move towards a more diverse population of the school, it's important to children like my own who see people who are like them, who are capable and can have those accomplishments. Now, it is great to reflect on what we've done so far, but we also need to reflect on where we need to be for the future and the future of the children coming in. And then Audrey, that's it for me.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. My name is Adri Jones, and I am a graduate student at PSU, as well as the graduate assistant for the Global Diversity and Inclusion Office. Before I begin, I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Adler and Victoria for framing this conversation. It is important for me to lead with the acknowledgement of my identity. I am a Black and Filipino woman from Kalihi, a low socioeconomic neighborhood on the illegally occupied land of Oahu in the islands of Hawaii. Before I move on, I want to share awareness of my role in settler colonialism and want to disrupt the narrative of Hawaii as a multicultural paradise. As one of the only Black children in my neighborhood, I was always critical and conscious of the different levels of oppression within our society and the ways in which the pervasiveness of whiteness continues to influence racist ideologies and social constructs around race in Hawaii. Anti-Blackness and anti-Indigenous attitudes are a global experience. I just want that to sit with y'all for a second. I also identify as a first-generation student and as a second-generation American. My mother immigrated to the United States in 1985 from the Philippines following the exile of Ferdinand Marcos, and my dad was a Vietnam War veteran who was drafted before his high school graduation. I grew up in a single-parent household in a diverse community, meaning people of color were the majority, and the only white folks I ever met were teachers who came to the islands from the continental United States to teach. I am a traditional student and was able to receive college application assistance through the AVID program. I relied heavily on scholarships, federal student aid, and work study opportunities. At the time, the best offer I received was from Pacific University in Forest Grove, which is known for its heavy recruitment of students from Hawaii. To say my time in Oregon has been a culture shock would minimize the reality of the trauma I have experienced during my time here. I am very much aware of Oregon's Black history and its beginnings as a white utopia. In fact, my experiences within my graduate program remind me every day of the insidious nature of academia and other institutions rooted in white supremacist ideologies. There seems to always be a disconnect. For example, my program recognizes equity, diversity, and inclusion in their mission, vision, and values. Yet there is still a lack of representation. I was one of 3 Black women that I knew of the program and the only Filipino woman. I also didn't know any other students from Hawaii at the time. I quickly felt like I had no systems of support and found myself dealing with constant microaggressions and invalidation. So why am I here sharing these aspects of my identity and experiences with you? I am trying to relate to all of you the complexities of identity, as well as speak to the shift in demographics, which you will see on the next 2 slides. If we could get some help with that, please. So if you can see from the slides, there is a clear increase in BIPOC and multiracial individuals. I think it is always important to approach others with cultural humility and to admit and be aware of our biases. Multiracial identity was never an issue for me in Hawaii. However, I remember an experience my freshman year here in Oregon where someone asked me, how is it even possible for me to be more than one thing, as if I couldn't hold space for multiple identities. I tend to reject the boxes that society tries to confine me in because this serves as a reminder of how overgeneralizations can cause more harm than good. Even if we belong to certain social identities and groups, this does not mean that our experiences are monolithic. I come from a collectivistic culture, and with this, I carry the weight of my ancestors, family, friends, and community with me wherever I go. In short, I am the embodiment of my ancestors' love, resistance, and survival against chattel slavery and colonial powers. Not many folks from my neighborhood go on to college, let alone leave the island to pursue their education. I frequently give talks and host workshops for students in my neighborhood, and I always encourage them to look into whether or not the school has the resources they need in order to thrive. It is important for me to protect and preserve my community, and I have had no issues letting people back home know that they shouldn't apply to this program or go to school here. This is something I wish I was told when I was in high school, but at the time, the only thing that mattered was whether or not I would be able to afford my education. So I am speaking in front of you all today with the recognition of the emotional and psychological costs, or burdens as you will, that I would not wish upon those that I love. We may have well-meaning intentions, but those intentions don't necessarily translate to actions that provide the support and change that is necessary. I hope that we will move forward with action and become more proactive than reactive in the future. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks to both of our speakers. Dr. Lambert, Tony, next steps.
Thank you folks very, very much for providing context and for challenging us to be the institution that we need to be. So thank you very much for your time.
I'd like to invite Dr. Kathy Royal back to the stage.
Think I'm here. I'm here.
Awesome.
Yeah. Breathe. As you can see from the slide, we are moving through a cycle of appreciative inquiry. And I know that there have been some pre-reads or reference resources for you on what is appreciative inquiry. But the piece that is important for us to think about today is that we have defined the issue, and the issue is really what will the next PSU culture look like as we include and encourage the dismantling of racism in our preferred future. How is that going to look for us? And we did some conversation entering the territory when we shared what we were holding on to and paying attention to. We also did another piece in our discovery session, and I was really lucky to have two wonderful women from the faculty and from the administration talking about their experience as BIPOC individuals at PSU in a specific part of the organization. And so what I would pull from those stories that I heard is that there are things in the ground, and we talk about the ground as we need new seeds. What do we want to carry forth from our current reality to our anticipated reality, what we want to create? So I'm going to ask you to get a piece of paper or a notebook, or if you're a tablet person, use your tablet. And if you are someone who is more kinesthetic and needs paper and pencil, please get that. I'm going to ask you to engage with me in a visual image and a guided imagery. After the guided imagery, we're going to move back into our smaller groups. But for this process right here, if you would like to get comfortable, I often say put your feet squarely on the ground, maybe even take your shoes off, touch the earth. Remember, I'm the one who believes that the earth remembers and the soul remembers. And so if you just take a minute to do that, I'm also going to ask you to kind of take 30 seconds to recenter yourself. I want you to be able to hear the imagery in a way that supports you in being as open and free and imaginative as you possibly can. Okay. Ready? It is the year 2025, and Portland State University has been working on its next culture, its next environment of inclusion and environmental health for 5 years. This work began in 2020 and before 2020, but in 2020, PSU made a decision to harvest that energy and look at what it could do going forward. You are a critical part of that harvesting. You are one of the people who created a compelling reason for BIPOC people from all over the world who chose to apply to PSU. They applied for employment, they applied for research, they applied for undergrad studies, they applied for the environment, they applied because of the word of mouth. You were one of the people who was often referenced in the good works that PSU had accomplished in their 5-year initiative to the next culture. So take a moment with me and envision, what did you do to create that 5-year success story? You are receiving an award and you are being called to the stage, and they want to know, what did you do? What happened? How did this become such a viable and energetic, innovative, and creative place for student growth? What happened in 2020? Who was there? What did you do? What were the decisions that were made? What insights did people pull from their own strength and success stories? What did they hear from others that they wanted to use? How on earth did all of these wonderful things come to be? As you do that, center yourself in what you would like to co-create at PSU that is just, equitable, and inclusive. PSU, Portland State University, is a center that advances its BIPOC community members, that embraces its cross-race, cross-gender, and all of its inclusive ideas. People with disabilities are not excluded from any activities. PSU is the center of racial justice, social justice, and equity. Take a moment and write down what you want to say in your small groups about what happened in 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, and to that big award you received in 2025. Next slide. Are you ready? Tony, I think I'm going to need some help moving people to small groups again.
Got you. So this should be starting on page 9 of your participant guide, the dream activity. But as you see on the slide in front of you, you're going to jot down your individual notes, as hopefully you were doing during the guided imagery, and you are going to have a conversation. We have the actual activity once we're done, which your group facilitators will share, is on the next slide, Ryan. After you're done and you have this conversation, you're going to share your visions as a group and then co-create a headline and lead-in story that captures your dream. And there is a template to use that we will be sharing with you. Ryan, just go ahead one more slide so that they can see what they will be creating. And this will be provided for you in your groups when you get into your small groups of 6. So we will again move to our 5 rooms. Once you're in your 5 rooms, you will be further broken down into groups of 6. You'll share and discuss, and then create a headline and lead-in story for your dream of 2025. And this will be until 12:30. So you'll have 30 minutes in your group to have an amazing conversation and to create the dream of a just and equitable PSU. Ryan, I think all that we need now is the Zoom links for all of the rooms like you're magically doing. You could go back to the slide with the conversation that they should be having in the groups, previous slide. And we will see you in your small groups. Thank you. Please feel free to join the small groups. I see everyone going. Bye. See you at 12:30.
ancestors who have gone before. Upon the rock of your wisdom, we build our lives. To our families and friends whose love sustains us, in these troubled times. And to the children, it is to your futures we kindle this flame. And to the one, the all in all, the beginning and end of all things. Amen and Ashe.
Tony, if it's okay with you, I was going to invite the folks that did return back at 12:30 to just start sharing out loud what some themes, ideas that you heard, whether they were yours, whether you heard them from someone else. What moved you?
Well, I'll start. In our group, it turned out there were 3 people working on some aspect of Indigenous culture and participation. So we ended up deciding that our headline is going to be something like, PSU receives an award as leader in Indigenous education at the White House. We decided we wanted a different White House anyway. So we're going to be recognized as a leader in Indigenous education.
Any others? That's great. Yes, please.
We had a headline, and it was PSU finally listens to the community towards a safer, more affordable, equitable campus for all. And we just had we didn't get our story written, but we had lots of elements we would have put in our story.
Mm-hmm. And there's a bit intentionality in the condensed time frame, we admit, because we'll all fit the task to the time allotted. And so don't stop dreaming just because the clock ticked to 12:30, right? Yes, keep those ingredients coming. And all of this will inform our post-lunch activity when we hit the ground running with design in the individual task forces. So yeah, keep them coming. It's great. David shared, our group did not get to access the template, but our headline was, the voices at the tables are the ones using resources, and they decide what's valuable and what should be our priorities. Thank you, David and the group. Others that want to share while people are still coming back from their breakouts, so keep them coming. Popcorn, you can add them in the chat and or raise your hand and unmute yourself.
This is Julie. We talked a lot about PSU being a truly diverse campus where relationships across cultures and other identities are authentically formed, and hierarchy and resources are provided across different divisions and levels.
Thank you.
My name is Nikki Ludd. I'm sharing on behalf of my group from one of the BIPOC breakout rooms. The first thing we talked about are rewriting job descriptions of all faculty and staff on campus to really bring in the mentorship of students and what it would look like to be evaluated on our ability to mentor and care for our students at a basic level. And then we drifted into the conversation of basic needs, in that I work for the Department of Housing, and that the institution should be supporting housing and should be centering housing, especially if we're in a basic needs crisis. And that there's so much that we can do, not only as a department, but an institution, if we are able to make sure that our students have their basic needs met. I was bold enough to put out that University Point provides a big opportunity for us in terms of the amount of housing it provides, thinking of our students with children, faculty and staff whose basic needs are not being met, and just our students, both traditional and non-traditional.
Powerful, thank you. That's great. I heard through the grapevine there was a Marlene that's been trying to raise her hand and share. Yes?
Yeah,
Marlene, are you
that's
here?
me. Some of the headlines that came out of our group were Portland State puts an end to administrative bloat. Portland State graduates graduate without debt. Portland State looks back and asks, why were the police ever armed? Those were some of the, oh, and Portland State administration no longer perpetrates a fraud to the faculty regarding the budget.
Wow. Jacob, is that your hands plural? That's up.
I was just cheering
clapping.
Marlene on, but I can mention for our group some notes if that's okay. So we focus on the student experience, starting with pre-college, destroying the pipeline model, and working on recruiting students, mentoring, providing more focused guidance and counseling, including financial, academic, etc. Do our best to reverse our dismal dropout rate. The closest we came to a tagline: turn PSU from an access institution to an inclusive institution.
Great. See one from Kari being shared in the chat. It says an iterative or yearly effort to use an equity lens to critically examine policies and procedures involving scholarships, the retention and representation of BIPOC faculty and staff, and including equity as a requirement in tenure and promotion for faculty.
And Jen, we have two people with raised hands.
Yes, I see Patrick and then Jules.
Hi, so our group wasn't able to complete our story, but we came up with a headline, and based on the vision that Dean Leroy Bynum shared, that PSU will center the student experience and is the nexus for valuing and celebrating cultures. And really spoke a lot about making sure that recommendations and demands of BIPOC students are actually met soon in 2025.
Oh, thank you. Jules. You able to unmute yourself? There you go.
Yeah, I always have trouble finding it with all my multiple screens. We had several kind of thoughts going in, but we didn't finish our story. But our tagline was, because you couldn't eat our pretty words when you were hungry, your stories propelled us to act. And we were talking about ways of making the whole experience of the PSU community, students, staff, faculty, etc., central to what we're doing in their humanness, and making, instead of groups, we're looking at individuals with names and stories and listening to those stories. Also empowering leadership amongst them and making sure that it's a cared for community and for all. So that's what we got.
Wonderful, thank you. We have a lot more coming in the chat. If you're not seeing them, please take a moment to read them. They're great. And I've got Jared's hand up.
I can't see the hands up, so I'm not able to help you too well. There's 14 pages, so I apologize.
Oh, you're good, Kathy. You're good.
There's a lot.
Okay.
Our group, we got a headline kind of tacked out at the last second, but it was about PSU's investment in an inclusive educational experience pays off, and really the subcontext of that was doing some investment both kind of culturally and monetarily in the process. Big key items were demolishing silos and working together, which is also went right into creating community and really trying to define community a little bit better as an organization. And then the investment was really about finding time and space for really everyone on campus, faculty, students, staff, to engage in this growth process, get better at incorporating these different sources and ideas and holding these conversations, a lot of it around, professional development for pretty much everybody involved, so that we can all learn and grow together and support each other as a community. But it was a concerted effort, like all of us getting together, having a single year goal, having a framework that we all agree to, and a shared language.
Thank you, Jared. We got a request that was high-fived from others, from Monica, that says, please tell me the board is listening to this conversation. One of the best ways to ensure that your words have lasting meaning is for those who have not yet in their group captured their headline and their lead-in story in the template provided. Please make sure someone from your group does so, even if you do it during the lunch break, which is soon to follow in a few minutes. It gives us a chance to put into words, and our words are fateful. Our words create worlds. Language matters. So taking the time to capture your words in your dream, even if you're going to modify it and change it and roll it into your design later, but naming it now is really important. Thank you.
And before we go to lunch, I would love to see if we have any headlines or dreams from those in the YouTube streaming.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Ryan or our amazing tech team, have you seen any dream statements or headlines and lead-in stories from the YouTube channel?
Well, we did get a comment earlier in response to Nikki's comments that yes, Nikki, more mentorship programs. That's from Maureen, and then we have we don't have any headline statements, but we do have an audience member who's really interested in, you've mentioned some of the chats that are happening here in the Zoom, really interested in being able to see all of the ideas that are coming up in chats later. So the question was asked, are the chats going to be saved? Will this all be recorded? So I wanted to get that desire into the room.
We do have the power to save the chats, and since this is a live recording, yes, that's the short answer. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, can I?
Please.
Yes. First, I'm going to report myself and say that I'm really sorry. I'm having so much fun in my rooms until I hear Tony saying, I need you to come back. But we had a wonderful session, and I'm not the rapporteur and I'm not the reporter, but there were some amazing people in that BIPOC group B, and they came up with some fabulous ideas around tenure and orientation and a welcoming environment. And so it was, for me, it was so inspiring. And so I'm not going to report that's their story to tell, but I was just listening at the great ideas, and I have to admit that I got caught up. So again, it was a great group. My small group, my big group too, but my small group.
I think we have, thank you, Kathy. I think we have one more, whoops, the person disappeared that had their hand up. Oh, there it is.
Julia.
Julia, and then Ryan, you're gonna take us into lunch for 45 minutes, I believe.
Sure. Hi, I'm Julia. So my group called on me to report this. I'm gonna try to be fast. There was a lot of discussion about the importance of living wages to perpetuate any dreams that we talk about today. So especially in terms of adjunct faculty and SEIU folks, and especially graduate employees, because if we're carrying out new curricula, if we're developing new mentorship programs, we need to make sure that our staff and faculty are getting paid living wages so that they can actually spend the appropriate amount of time doing that work. And then we also talked about creating an infrastructure of mentorship for undergraduate students who come into the university and don't know how to contribute in this way. And so creating smaller groups for undergraduate students so that they can, either through their curriculum or through university studies programming, get involved in that way, and always having student voice and participatory ways for us to generate new curricula and new policies.
Wonderful, powerful. These are great. See what you started, Kathy? It's lovely.
Well, you know.
So, and as you can see in your participant guides, where there's the Eleanor Roosevelt quote, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So this brings us to 12:45, where we promised you a Zoom break. Please, as best as we can, I know it's going to be tempting to check email and phones, but give your eyes and your soul some fresh air, device-free wherever possible, so that we can really bring our full selves once again into the afternoon portion, where we're going to enter part 3, design. This is your chance to take everything you learn from your discovery stories and all that you aspire to see in your dreams, and roll up our sleeves and start working in our task forces together to co-create, to co-design, to start move forward these wonderful ideas. Okay, that puts us to lunch. We'll be returning back at 1:30. Thanks, everyone.
I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons will live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an idea for which I hope to live for. But my Lord, if it needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die.
Coming like a river through plains, winding through the heat in search of a rain. Knowing I will someday see the sea. Shackled though I seem, my soul is free. Said the things they told me not to say. Beaten, but I'll go on anyway. Calling out the truth for all to hear. People, time to put away your fear. I have seen the water tumbling down, pouring out its truth upon the ground. Life is not a mystery to me, and I see the water tumbling down. People say they want the world to change. Try to put a price on the exchange. Can it be they do not wish to know that this world ain't like a TV show? When they see the water tumbling down, pouring out its wisdom all around, they will see what man can truly be. When they see the water tumbling so long, so long. I am just an ordinary man, looking to bring peace into my land, trying hard to find a better way, hoping that I live to see the day when we see the water tumbling down, pouring out its message all around. Love's the only sword we'll ever need. When we see the water tumbling down, when we see the water tumbling down, spreading out its truth upon the ground, then we will have everything we need. When we see the water tumbling down, 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 when we see the water tumbling down.
I said, Mother dear, what did you think of Vanport? And she says, Eddie, when we first moved into Vanport, she said her first reaction was that she cried. Because number one, in Birmingham, we had our own home, and we had our own backyard and front yard. It was just a huge, huge adjustment for her because she had just never seen that many people together in her life. My dad, along with a couple of other friends in Birmingham, they came out here in 1942 to work in the Kaiser shipyards, and then the family, we all followed in 1944. Henry J. Kaiser, the industrialist, when they opened the shipyards up, he needed lots of workers. They took these special trains, they were called the Henry J. Kaiser Specials, and they went all over the country picking up people, offering them a train ride out to the West Coast. And they came by the hundreds and thousands. But the thing is that there was no housing for them. They had redlining here in Portland, and there was just the Albina neighborhood was where most of the blacks lived. The only place where blacks could stay was in Giles Lake and Vanport. Vanport included schools, it included a post office, 3 large shopping centers, which had variety store and drug store. It also included daycare centers there and a 24-hour nursery. Kaiser built a small hospital in Vanport. There was a jail, small jail, police department, and there was 4 large parks and 1 large athletic field. The northern boundary of Vanport really sort of followed Marine Drive The eastern boundary would be present-day I-5, and the southern boundary of Vanport was the Columbia Slough. And then the western boundary of Vanport was the railroad. And that railroad area was a large berm dike area where that really broke the cause of flood. You would see trains coming from out of the north, and they would be military trains. Every now and then, the train would stop, and people would go up to greet the soldiers and say hello to them and good luck to them. Several times there would be trains full of just African American soldiers, because the white soldiers were in their own car and the black soldiers. And that was really so very exciting for the African American community, because that was where the largest percentage of African Americans were living, was in Vanport at that time. It brought the war very close to you, though there were no bullets being fired. It really was a 24-hour city at the height of the war, because those trucks would come through. They were cattle, like a cattle truck, and they would come through 3 times every day except for Sunday to pick up the workers. And people were really making good money at the shipyards. And for the kids, we also use our wagons to go up to the store and bring people's grocery home. And they would always give you a quarter or 15 cents. There was always sounds. I remember when people would be sleeping during the day, a lot of times they would turn their radio on, and you sort of got used to hearing the theme songs from all the soap operas. After the war ended, a lot of people left Vanport and they went back home. The population of Vanport on the day of the flood was about 18,300 people, and I think the African American population was probably maybe a good 20% of that. The morning of May 30th, 1948, when we woke up that morning, they were building dikes and they were sandbagging, and there was conversation about will it hold, will it not. My mother and a very good friend of hers, Mrs. Sylvia, decided they would go up and see the river. And myself and a couple of my other brothers, we went up with them. And we were not too far from the river. A policeman came by on a motorcycle, and he said, well, you folks better get out of Vanport. He said, the dike has started breaking, and this place will be on the water probably about 30 or 40 minutes. And so we hurried back home. My mother got a small suitcase and put a change of underclothes in there for all of us kids, and grabbed a few important papers and a few pictures, and we got in a neighbor's car and we drove up to what is now I-5. I remember being up there, you could see people streaming out of Vanport, coming up the hill, mostly with their suitcases, and some kids with their bikes. And someone said, well, we'll go back. Tomorrow morning, as soon as that water go down, we get our brooms and we'll just go down and sweep everything out. And we'll just go right on back home. And then shortly thereafter, I saw a second wave. And I remember looking out to the west toward the railroad tracks. I saw this huge wave of water, and it hit those units, and it took them up off the ground just like you would throw toy cars around. And so at that point, I think people realized that we weren't going back. There's not going to be any sweeping out. And I often wondered why there was such that attitude, we'll be going back. And I've just surmised over these years that people want to go back because that was their home. That was all they had. They didn't have houses in Albina. They didn't have houses in Portland. Their home was in Vanport. When it started filling up, everybody knew it was over. It was over.
Okay, so for those who are back, welcome, welcome. I'm going to turn it over, Kathy. We're going to let you shepherd this next 15 minutes we have is to really remind us of what we learned in Dream and do a few more report outs. So Kathy, the stage is yours.
Thank you again. Welcome back, everyone. I love the cycles, and I've been reading the Dream headlines. And Ryan, if you would put the shorter version up, that would be just wonderful. I want to take a turn at pulling it all together. And when I say all together, I want to talk about what we want to do with the themes that we've received and why the theming is so important. And the reason it's important is because what I said to my team, BIPOC B, is that in the piece where we're going now, we're taking the Dream headlines and we are writing our preferred future. And that's the thing that's so important for me as an AI practitioner. I want to say two things about appreciative inquiry. Appreciative inquiry is both a philosophy, a methodology, and a process. And so often we think of it as just this gimmicky thing, and it's not. And it's the thing where if you are, when you are, I'll just use Sweet Honey in the Rock when they say, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. And if we believe in freedom, then we actually believe in freedom for everyone. We join the community of man, we join the humanity of people, woman and man, men and women, women and men, girls, children, babies. So, and also all the other living things, because here's my other secret superpower. I talk to the animals, and I also talk to flowers and birds. And so when we do the humanity of man, it's everyone. So when I was listening and reading the headlines, and PSU creates a web of equitable connectivity from the inside out, focused on people and places, the thing that struck out for me, and so I start there, is I have a voice and am heard. And you know, when I talk about the triage, one of the things that we talk about is that it has three levels. It's the use of self, it's understanding critical race theory, and really more than understanding critical race theory, it's understanding the lived experiences of people who have been historically excluded and currently targeted. Write that down. The lived experiences of people who have been historically excluded and currently targeted. And that would be trans people, that would be BIPOC people, that would be people with disabilities, that would be religious communities, that would be the immigrant experience. You know, we can talk a lot, and I want to be very clear. I'm not a big fan of pack and stack in terms of your pain is greater than my pain, but I want us to recognize I have a voice and am heard at PSU. That is really the core of what appreciative inquiry brings to the table. Every voice counts, every voice deserves to be heard, every voice has something to contribute. Next slide. So I love this headline as a way of taking us from the individual. And remember, all our stories go, what did you do? What did you contribute? Because we want to have ourselves in the narrative. Anytime we make the narrative about the other, we are missing our opportunity to be our own superpower hero. Because there's this wonderful African proverb from East Africa, and it goes, when spiders unite, they can tie up an elephant. And so that strong cord between us, now we're not trying to do anything hurtful to the elephant, we're just making an image of big and small. So the idea that I use myself in this, that I speak what I want until I see what I say, and PSU begins to hear me. So we're going to talk about what needs to happen right now to get to 2025. The other theme that ran through all of the groups was PSU has a diverse campus where individuals develop genuine friendships. Bam! That begins to be the me in the we. And so my diverse friendships also speak to that third and fourth level of trust. I trust you will be interested in my interests, and I trust you will speak for me when I am not there. At the group level and at the organizational level, even at the team level, there's two things I want us to remember. High performing teams, cohesive and strong unified groups care about each other. They know things about each other beyond the task of the group, and they play together. And if you are not having strong and genuine relationships where you are having deep and meaningful conversations about critical race theory, about the circumstances of Indigenous people, the understanding of the land remembers, and who you are to the land and to the university. So that becomes a theme that ran through all of the groups. Can I have the next slide? This one just spoke to me as a woman of color, as a woman of color who lives, I've lived both spectrums of the age discrimination. So sometimes women of color who become elders who absolutely are loved as Nana in their community are invisible in the public community. And so that feeling of isolation has been one that has run through my life from the time I was growing up in academia to as I become a writer, a scholar, a scientist, a researcher. So ending that feeling of isolation is so critical to being a significant contributor. And PSU commits funding to create more space for students. Time and treasure. When you talk to the board, when you talk to the CFO, the CEO, the COO, and any of the other alphabet, one of the two things we know is that the way we show commitment is through our time and through our treasure. So we put funding behind what we want to have happen. And again, there's that theoretical frame of critical race theory. All students, staff, and faculty. And I'm looking in your themes to see our desire for an open community where everyone is given the same information, so that critical race theory is not a special course in Black studies or BIPOC studies or the history department rather than across the English, the history, and any of the areas where we have a concentration. Next slide. I love the idea of moving barriers. I love this idea. So I'm loving how you're looking into that your imagery is going to create your future. So we break down barriers we have built between students, the institution, and instructors. When I think about appreciative inquiry, and I told you it's a philosophy, the thing for me that I love about it is future focused and strength based. And so most of my conversations are about what I want to have happen. And the key for me when you go into this next phase and you write your designs as you collaborate with each other, here's what I'd like for you to bring back, and you can do however, but hold on to this. Write that possibility, design that behavior, present tense, active voice, as if it already exists. So PSU has an orientation program for everyone joining our equitable and accessible community. We create this program and it does this, this, and this. Give me the details. Get into the wild grass. Who should be involved in it? So, and what can you do to move it forward? So the isolation and the I heard you, one of the things we say in the territory is, can you hear me now? Next slide. And I love the idea of the pipeline and the idea of an open community rather than a merit community. This one, remember, this is how we started. The land remembers, the soul remembers. And so we do things to make that whole. And we do that because I don't know anybody in the United States that is not someone who is the manifestation of someone's dream. So everyone in this room, including you, is the manifestation of someone's dream. And so dreams become reality. Reality lives in research. Research is always based on someone's dream of a better something. So the only thing I'm saying is that we write our preferred future and we use the themes that come out of our program. Now, next slide. Yes, everyone is the manifestation of someone's dream. I just, I am because you are. The me in the we, and the we that creates the world we want. One thing I say to people all the time, sometimes I get thrown out of places, sometimes I get called back to places. But here's the thing. If you did not come to change the world, you should not have called me. That's been my tagline for 30 years. And everywhere I go, I say to people, I'm little Jackie One Note. I came to create a world that is better than the world I arrived in. And so when my ancestors look at me in X amount of years, I want them to be able to say, you carried what we wanted you to carry. You carried the DNA of us. Those 2,048 people, can you imagine the lash my grandparents took? Can you imagine the things they had to do? I don't need to dwell on that, but I know that they lived and they taught me, and sitting at that table with those revolutionary men, there's nothing else I can do. This is me. This is us. Next slide, and let's get to work. So we invest in retention. I think that that is so important. I think that what we do not want a revolving door of anything. We want people to come and stay and build and root and plant and grow and thrive. So we have to be represented. I want to see me in the place. And full transparency, it was an absolute delight to see Dr. Lambert. It was just a delight. And I'm so honored to be in her company. Such a brilliant woman and with such a beautiful baby girl. Oh my goodness. And the other thing is Jen and Tony don't talk about it, but I grew up in a Jewish community. And the idea of being able to work across religions, this little Baptist girl from a father who was a Baptist minister who used to teach about my shenanigans at church. Our text for today. I always knew that was me. My brother had another one. But to be able to work across and to have a revolutionary partnership in ways that just speak to what we want in the world. And so what you want to do now is take that belief system and look at the methodology that we've been using here in terms of every voice counts, every voice has something to say, every voice deserves to be heard, and design it as if it already exists. The other thing that's important for me about appreciative inquiry is that the more I internalize it, the easier it is for me to move from times when I say, this ain't gonna be an AI day. Because appreciative inquiry does ask for us to stay in an affirmative place. But when I know that things are wrong, I have a philosophy and a methodology to help me get rebalanced so I can keep working in a hope space rather than a hate space. Do I have one more? Yes. The understanding of what it means to live on colonized land is also so important that then creates the unity. Here's for me the piece that's important about understanding strength-based solutions, future-focused processes, and understanding where we are. So that's that history, that's that current, and the anticipatory. What do we need to let go of? We understand that we are in an emergency. And it's also important to understand what grounded that emergency. So we look at the curriculum and we make visible that which is hidden. We make visible the things that we want our community to know, recognize, and move away from. An important, let me think, I don't want to say this. An important piece for me in our work is when we live on the culture board, and I haven't said a lot about this, but when we live on the culture board, we must recognize what is figure in that culture board and what is baked in the cake, as the young people say these days. And so we have to look at what does it mean to live on a platform of colonization? And what do we mean when we actually lean into one of the phrases that I grew up with that said, the sun never sets on the Union Jack. Is there anybody else in the room that remembers that? The sun never sets on the Union Jack. The Union Jack is the flag of Great Britain, of England. And if we think about colonizing nations and we look around the world, that was Winston Churchill's boast. And so we've taken this white culture around the world, and you can find it, recognize it, and actually live in it from wherever you find yourself. What do we want to have happen next? And for me, moving into hope, moving away from hurt and hatred, I want to be in the community of man. So I also want to recognize the colonization of others, not just me, and not just the United States colonizing. So what does it mean to live in white culture? And when we talk about it as white supremacist culture, I would posit that we probably should think about it as just white culture. And what I mean by that is there are so many places that operate on civility rather than the notion of. So begin to think about what the culture tells you about what women can and men should, or women can't and women must, or gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people are not there. They should stay in the away place. So who said that? Who made that up? And that's the social construction of a colonizing culture that lives on white supremacy. But white supremacy is not always the only thing in the culture we need to look toward. So that means we look at racism. That means we look at sexism. That means we look at power. That means we look at the attitudes and assumptions about who should be at the table. And Jen, I'm going to kind of pull this together by what I want you to think about in terms of thinking in a future focused way. One of the things I'm very clear about when I say we need new seeds, one of the women that I have been studying in terms of women's history and women's theory is Mary Gergen and her work around Finished at 40, which is the construction of what women should look like. And so if white women are finished at 40, well, what the heck? Where do I live in that? So this idea of social construction. Now, here's what I want you to take from that. If we constructed it, we can think about it differently. So when someone says that you want a space at the table and you're thinking, well, there's not enough space at the table, since we created the table, make a bigger table. That's all. We made up the first table. Let's make another table, a bigger table, a stronger table, a better table, a smarter table, so that there is space for me at the table. And you know how kids in middle school, they can make 12 spots out of 3 because they just squish around and scoot around and move around and make a bigger table and find some smaller plates and do all of that. Make a bigger table. And your table doesn't have to be a square table. It could be a round table. And of course, it's up to us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. And so for me, I think it's time for us to get at it. And I also think it's time for us to think beyond the current. Because if we're using our current as a benchmark for what we want in our next culture, we've already limited ourselves. And that's what I love about appreciative inquiry, because it's all in front of us. It's all in front of us. So what do we want to have happen here? Who should be involved? How will I be involved? And every morning when you get up and brush your teeth, you think about a compelling reason why you should come to PSU and work for the equity and inclusion that you want to see in 2025, starting now, not tomorrow, now.
Kathy, I wrote a statement in the chat box. Would you be so kind, if it's appropriate, share it with everyone?
Please.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Chat.
Do you have it in front of you? You're more than welcome to read it.
Yes, please.
Well, this was a discussion we had in our group that we were talking about the concept of melting pot, which I believe that melting pot is being recognized to be a fad rather than a fact. So this statement was what I wrote, that the idea of assimilation and melting pot proved faulty and more of a cultural myth in the American society. We now need to think of what I call the flourishing pot, an encompassing, equitable, and multicultural society enriched and energized by the complementary yet accommodating individual differences. So everybody has a room at the table and they can choose whatever they want to eat. Nobody would force them, so they won't be excluded and they'll be inclusive. So rather than melting people down in the pot to lose their individuality and what they represent and the history behind them and what will be in the future, we think of flourishing pot, letting all these beautiful flowers coexist and create this harmonious garden of life made of people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a couple of minutes before our 2 o'clock presentation, which is a real goodie. I want to welcome other reactions or comments to what we just shared, what Kathy just discussed.
So I'm thinking about the figure ground piece. Thank you so much, Dr. Royal, for just the wisdom that you've shared. And we've talked about that. I think as we center, because that's, as I've been listening to when before lunch, when we heard visions, I was listening to what came out of cross-racial rooms versus what came out of BIPOC rooms. And one of the things that I think is very clear from the BIPOC visions is really about centering BIPOC communities, right? Centering their wisdom, centering their assets, trusting that they're not broken, right? That they're able to lead, that they have wisdom to bring to the table. And when I listened to some of the cross-racial visions, in some ways they were so expansive, the notion of centering racial justice and BIPOC communities got lost. And so as we work on this figure ground thing, like how do you center and uplift BIPOC communities in a way that lifts the whole, but it feels very uncomfortable, right? When you're focusing, when you're centering, because it's unnatural, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? Because everything that we see and everything that we're taught and the way that we're socialized decenters BIPOC communities. So when we start doing that, it's going to feel, I just want to name that, it's going to feel wrong. And lots of folks are going to throw lots and lots of different things to the table, making the vision more and more expansive. And we're saying we're actually going to come back. We're going to come back and we're going to come back again. We're going to build new muscles as we try to do this so that BIPOC communities are not kind of in the background while the figure is all of this other stuff that is not from the community. So just naming that as we move forward.
Can I join you, Dr. Lambert? There's two things that we have to be able to do at the same time. So what we must always hold on to, if we are actually doing the work of dismantling racism, is whole racism at the core. So that when we are looking at the community, so if we create our mission and vision, that one of the things that's going to happen is that the BIPOC community flourishes at PSU. When we begin to work on that, when you design it tomorrow in our next session, two things that I ask people to do. If it is a policy, a program, or a behavior that you see on campus, factor in that racism is present. Factor it in and look for it. Actually look for it. Talk about it, root it out, look for it. And always look for racism and sexism as they're figured together. Because if you only speak about racism, you often miss the sexism that is attached to women of color. So factor those two things in, and then you can expand it out. But if you're holding a center, one of the things I encourage you to do is look at the policies, practices, behaviors, and actions, like the police behavior. Factor in the understanding of privilege that is denying people of color, BIPOC people, access to goods, opportunities, and services. That's just a simple ground behavior that is in our culture. If you can't find it, factor it out and move forward. But if you never factor it in, you run the risk of creating a false center. And so that's part of the work of both the cross-cultural communities and the BIPOC community. And we are loath to talk about racism because all our cultures are taught to say, well, no, it's not really that. You know, Jeff didn't mean it like that. He's just that kind of guy. Well, that's why I'm saying, let's not talk about white supremacist culture. Let's talk about white culture, where we all have learned that. And we all get the opportunity to unlearn it. One of the ways to unlearn it, factor it in. If BIPOC centered and BIPOC welcoming is a goal of the university, and I'm lobbying that it is, factor in that issue. If you can't find it, pray that you don't, but if you can't find it, factor it out. If it's there, then design to deconstruct it. But every time we say it's not there, we are permissioning the university and any of the people who benefit from unearned privilege to continue on their own path and take others with them. Now, I want everyone in the room to hear Dr. Royal did not say take away your privilege, because if you earned a PhD, you earned that PhD, and that's privilege. If you got here to this university and you have a seat in the university community, that's privilege. If you came here under some other circumstances that are only based on race or on gender, those privileges are not necessarily the ones that should be attributed to you and not to others. That's what I'm saying about unearned privilege. Factor it in. If you don't see it, let it go. And as the basketball court would say, no fault, no foul. Yes, earned versus unearned.
Thank you, folks, so much. And really, again, we're working really hard to center cultural wealth and really hold that tension between their challenges and their impact. And we're not running away from that, but really speaking to the cultural wealth of BIPOC communities. So it is my absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Lisa Jarrett to join us and talk about our future, talk about art, and talk about cultural wealth.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert and Dr. Royal. This has been, I'm honored to have been invited to present today. In the interest of time and just to keep us on schedule, I will quickly move to my screen share. But my name is Lisa Jarrett, and I'm an associate professor of community and context arts here at Portland State University in the School of Art and Design. And I'm going to share some information to you today about two projects that I've been working on for the past 6 years or so at my time at PSU that directly engages our community's youth. Can everybody hear me okay? How is my volume? Volume's okay. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of nodding. Before I switch to the screen share, which just means you're talking to yourself in your own slides, I just wanted to check on my volume. Okay, thank you, Natasha. I appreciate that. Okay, without further ado, I'll share my screen. For the next 30 minutes, I invite you to just sort of think about the possibilities that I'm presenting, and I'll try to save a few minutes at the end for questions should they arise. And here we go. Okay, screen share working? If you cannot see my slides, please unmute and let me know. I'm going to shift to my laptop. Okay, everybody, welcome. Again, my name is Lisa Jarrett. The title of the presentation that I'm going to share with you this afternoon is called Youth, Our Cultural Wealth, presented by myself, and I'm affiliated with the School of Art and Design here at Portland State University. I want to share information about two projects with you that I've been working on in collaboration. They're co-authored projects between myself and my colleague in the School of Art and Design, Harold Fletcher. Chaos Mocha is one of those projects, and the Harriet Tubman Middle School Center for Expanded Curatorial Practice is another one of those projects, and they have a deep relationship. The image that you're seeing in the background is a reenactment of a civil rights image from 1963, the March on Washington. And these are students from Dr. MLK Jr. School here in Northeast Portland, Oregon, learning about the history of civil rights within our community and within a national landscape via reenacting those actual images. And I think that's a really nice sort of groundwork to lay to underscore what the goals of some of these projects are. And thinking about the value of our youth, not just within the direct PSU community, but within the community that PSU, the broader Portland community that PSU extends to, and many of the young people who start in our elementary, middle, and high schools, and ultimately come to Portland State to continue their education. One of our inspirations for all of these projects is a project that's been going on for 25 years now in Houston, Texas. It's called Project Row Houses. And this particular quote from a recent text written by Asada Nicole Richards really helps me think about how art can be centralized in these re-envisionings and these reimaginings of our futures. And Asada Nicole says, I've come to realize that artists are excellent role models for demonstrating the power available to us in challenging the limits of our material conditions and the aptitude for achieving new possibilities with limited resources. She is speaking about a particular program within Project Row Houses, but it's resonant, and Project Row Houses has been an inspiration to my work for pretty much my entire career at this point. When I think about artistic practice and its possibilities and abilities to impact the direct experiences of marginalized communities, meaning Black, Indigenous, people of color, I think about trying to do this, which is shift how we think about what is on the margin and make it central to our endeavors. If I could reduce my goals as an artist to 3 physical things, it might look like this, along with the cognitive dissonance that comes when you experience this image about where is margin and where is center. So projects like Chaos Mocha, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. School Museum of Contemporary Art, have allowed me to sort of focus on these series and set of questions among many others, while I think about what it means to use art as a platform for empowerment and activism for our young people. And those questions are very simply, who gets to be an artist? Where does real art happen? Whose histories inform our knowledge and practice? How are our own identities related to and impacted by the work we do? What is the value of making mistakes? How do you build real platforms with and for youth participants? And how can the resources we have access to be shared? And in the context of this presentation, that last question about sharing resources really becomes paramount. So as I mentioned, this project, which is located inside of and alongside a functioning public school in Northeast Portland, we're over on Alberta and Northeast 6th. It's really an art museum inside a public school that functions alongside that school and in collaboration with the staff, teachers, parents, and students who attend the school. And Harold Fletcher and I, my collaborator, really thought about what it would mean instead of visiting an art museum as sort of a one-off field trip experience for young people, if instead they could have this experience as part of their everyday, to, in other words, normalize what seems to often be extracted and abstracted, and therefore only guided to and for very specific audiences, namely non-Black, non-POC audiences, because of the institutional barriers that often exist within the field of contemporary art, not unlike other institutions that we've been discussing this morning. So briefly, I'm going to share with you a little video to give you an overview of this project, and then I'll give you a few more details. Here we go. Oops, nope, just kidding. Here we go. Sorry, technical challenge here.
Maybe I'll read a couple more and then I'll just show you all of them. I want you to Do you have a question? This is a painting of skin colors, yeah.
I like really love like a black.
When I was in this image,
On the big ones, I did.
I've been working with Chaos Mocha for about 2.5 years now, and it's really fun to get a new experience and meet new people and different artists.
This is Jorge from KS Mocha Podcast signing out. Da!
It always makes me smile to sort of watch this video and think about the work that we've been able to grow over the past 6 years here, not only as part of Portland State, but as part of the broader community. And very quickly, here's an overview of the kinds of programs that we've been developing. And I know that sort of really text-intensive slides can be hard to really unpack. But it does do a nice job of showing the comprehensive nature of what we're trying to do and in how many ways we are trying to partner with our student participants and Portland Public Schools as we approach that. And what that has really meant for us is thinking about how we can empower youth voices from the start. And so when we began this project, and like I said, this project is really a museum inside a public school that collaborates with not only the youth communities that are in the K-5, but also PSU students, where we host a weekly class with undergraduate students, creating spaces for graduate students to build and produce work, and building trust across broad spectrums of our community continues to be important. So for our initial show, our first show, we had our students at the school curate the images that they wanted to see. And what was important about this idea of curating or selecting is that it makes you think differently about how children can participate in contemporary art. We think about kids and arts and crafts all the time, but we don't necessarily think about that as a source or a place of agency. But having the students select from the Magnum Photo Agency 100 out of 1,000 images that they wanted to see, and then write about that experience and why they wanted to share it with you was really an interesting opportunity. We also have a dedicated space in the school where students curate rotating exhibitions by local contemporary artists and also artists within their own school. We think about our students as artists, docents, and historians. And while we are certainly interested in what physically making art can offer a young person, we're also interested in exposing them to the vast array of careers available to young people in the arts if they only knew about them. Much of this has been inspired working with graduates or undergraduate and graduate students over the years who come and have declared a major, but they really don't understand what's possible within that major. An example would be a project we did a few years ago. It's called Our Civil Rights Revisited. It was sort of envisioned by one of our current undergraduate students at the time. The photographs were shot by a professional photographer, Julie Keefe, here in Portland. And the students are reenacting from local, regional, and national experiences. But when they presented this work, so the reenactment was one thing, and they got to learn the lessons of the project or of the images, the story behind the images as part of their curriculum. They also got to present their work to other students at their school.
Oh my God.
Images continue to exist in the school as part of our permanent collection, which is a really beautiful opportunity. We really seek to bring in artists that are working at the level of their careers where you would find them at any contemporary art museum or gallery in the world. And over the past 6 years, we have worked with artists from Portland, based in Portland, who are exhibiting on a national and international level, and also
Lisa,
artists from places.
Lisa, could you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, is my volume too low? I'm so sorry.
Yes, just a little
Is that
bit, maybe.
better?
Yeah, much better. Thank you. We're getting a
I'm
lot of.
gonna use. I'm sorry. I'll use my teacher voice. I think it's like when I'm just looking at my slides, I'm like talking to myself somehow. Thank you, Tony. I apologize.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm just saying is that we're really bringing in the kinds of artists to work with and work alongside our students that they would find in any contemporary art museum space. Places like the Portland Art Museum, instead of doing a once a year maybe field trip, they would exist within and alongside those artists and their work. Artists like Carson Ellis, who's based here in Portland and whose work you are most likely familiar with if you've ever read Wildwood, a bunch of illustrations, they're based in Forest Park, came in, worked not only with our undergraduate students who you see on the right in preparation, but with 5th grade students to share a lot of information about her practice in collaboration with her son, Hank Malloy. Monica Meyer, who joined us from Mexico City to talk to us about consensual contact, and some of our lovely students on the right sharing that work with the public and interviewing visitors to their exhibitions. Byron Kim, based in New York City, who came in and did a number of workshops and was also featured on our podcast, working with Michael here. And then you can see Io kind of tucked into the corner there, and James Sneed, who was our sound producer and podcast host for that season. Byron Kim, who did an adaptation of his project Synecdoche at the school, and this is School Colors, photographic representations of the skin tones of every child at the school, and a different way of thinking about what a portrait might look like, which exists now semi-permanently installed in the school library. Locally based artists like Samantha Wall, who was so interested in teaching process to her students. And you see a PSU undergrad in collaboration with an elementary school student and Samantha here, exploring some of that work. Zines that our PSU students create that get distributed to all 400 students at the school, so everybody can have a sense of who the artists are that are coming in and exhibiting. Layla Ali, who did a beautiful project called Not Self-Portraits with a group of 5th grade students, Ms. Johnson's 5th grade class, helping us look at ourselves and really honor who we are. Artists like Hank Willis Thomas, who came in to give an artist talk and lecture, and whose attendant collaborative work with the Cause Collective was also hosted on site outside of the school a few summers ago. And then our students, who are trained in so many different ways, are often offered the opportunity to do things like introduce the artists and facilitate Q&As. And this is Jameson, who told us that as long as we gave him a podium, we could just not worry about it. He had it. But one of the really beautiful things about this work, and this is what I'd like to spend the rest of my time sharing with you today, I'm going to move quickly only because I do want the student voices to emerge here. Michael, who's one of the students at KS MoCA, in an interview about the project, we asked him, what would you like to do, or what would you like to see? What would you like to ask us about? And Michael responded, I want to know if there'll be something like KS MoCA at Harriet Tubman Middle School where I'm going. And that was a call to action for us in a lot of ways. Although we'd already been thinking about it, it was kind of like, how do we layer and level up the experience for our K-5 students as they move on and continue their education in middle school and ultimately high school. So the Harriet Tubman Middle School Center for Expanded Curatorial Practice, which is a satellite project of KS MoCA, became our way of responding to that request. And in the interest of protecting the privacy of our young student participants, I'm going to ask that Ryan stop the recording here. Thank you for that as well. And we can resume the recording as we move on. That was just an opportunity to let the voices of our students really shine in this. And in the interest of time and leaving a little bit of room for questions at the end, I'm just going to showcase what some of this work kind of looks like in real time. So small projects at the school where artists are looking at, or where the student curators or curatorial fellows are looking at artists like Harry James Marshall and
writing statements about that work, thinking about who Harriet Tubman is, their school's namesake, and creating small exhibitions and sharing those with folks like the then school principal. This is Sincere describing the exhibition. Working with a local artist, Melanie Stevens, to design, execute a huge installation about the life of Harriet Tubman that will be installed in the school when we can finally get back in there. Including a life-size reproduction of Harriet Tubman, who was actually a very short person, who will really this project will serve as a educational tool within the school, as well as an art experience for the students. And then the project that I was referring to that we just wrote the catalog for takes place at the John Michael Kohler Art Center in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, an internationally recognized art center, where the students curated the work of Lawrence Oliver III, who is an artist, part of Public Annex, an organization here in Portland that works with adults with developmental disabilities around art practice and farming. We shipped this work all the way to Wisconsin. It somehow got installed. People can go, even in the pandemic. And this is one of the things that they quoted me on the wall. I was surprised. I didn't know this would happen. But that we're using art as a platform for understanding what greater access to different parts of communities can look like, what engagement can look like, and what empowerment can really look like. I was really proud of myself for saying that. I didn't remember that I'd said it, but apparently it was quotable. And then really giving our students a little more access to some local exhibitions. Harold referenced this, the Hank Willis Thomas exhibition, All Things Being Equal, at Portland Art Museum very recently. And the kids also participated in writing a catalog about this. When they worked on the Portland Biennial, we had curators come in. This was our intensive at PSU. We came every day, and we did a lot of really intense work with guest artists in the School of Art and Design and the Art Building, who generously hosted us. We were on site at Disjecta, learning from the biennial curators who had invited our participation. The students ultimately wrote the statement for the entire Portland Biennial, so that folks could get a sense of what that was as part of their artwork for that exhibition. They wrote labels for all of the artworks included in that exhibition. And this is one of my favorites. I'll almost close here to get a sense of what the voices of middle schoolers sounds like when they talk about art. They were talking about this piece that focuses on Tamanous, who is a meteorite. It was a piece produced by Garrick Amatani, who is a Portland-based artist. The students say it was stolen property of an indigenous Oregon tribe and now lives in the Museum of Natural History in New York City. Garrick focuses on Tamanous's journey there and is now imagining its journey home back to Oregon, where it belongs. We like that the work addresses that the meteorite should be returned to where it originally landed. If someone took something from you of personal and cultural value, you might like to have it back. We hope you hear this, New York. And that is one of my absolute favorite lines, because the students are using their art platform to try to shout out into the world. And they really are hoping that they will be heard. So this is what it looked like when we were on PSU's campus last summer, and we played on the playground after lunch every single day. It was really wonderful. This is the team. And this is what they've had to say about their work in their introductory essay for their upcoming catalog. Usually this kind of curatorial work doesn't happen with middle school students, and that's an achievement in and of itself for us. We want to tell other people our age to pursue their dreams and not to stop until you get there. And that seems like a really nice place to close. If you want more information about us, you can always visit the website, which is ksmocha.com, or follow us on Instagram at ksmocha. Yeah. So that's a little bit of an introduction into that work, and I am like 1 minute over time. So I guess I don't have time for Q&A, but I did see one in there. Mayor Kathy, can somebody let me know if there is a moment for questions, or is it just done?
Short moment. This is amazing. So thank you, but short moment. So go on.
Okay, thank you. David Peterson Del Mar asks, my question, Lisa, is how this sort of community engagement has been received by your colleagues, academic peers at PSU and beyond. Has it been something that is seen, perceived as sort of tacked onto the work of being an academic, or is it seen rewarded as work that is at the center of it for annual review, tenure, promotion status? David, thank you for that question. Thankfully, my particular set of colleagues has been incredibly supportive, and they understand this as an extension of my scholarly research and practice. And it is really, Harold and I think about this as an artwork that is sort of using the frameworks of contemporary art spaces to think about other possibilities. And the last thing that I will say is that what we really hope as we begin to develop a project for the high school that the students will ultimately go to is that over time, we will see these very same students as our students at Portland State University. And we did a little interview with each other a few months back as part of a publication I'm happy to share that says, let's start with kindergarten, because really the decisions that we are making about our career paths in our lives start far before we enter higher education. So I can't emphasize that enough. And the voices of our youth and Black, Indigenous communities are the least valued voices, right? Like among all of the voices and how value sort of pans out, our youth voices sort of get the least attention. And I can't think of one person I've ever heard speak. I think Dr. Royale was talking about this earlier today, where your inspiration doesn't come from what happened to you and around you and on behalf of you when you were coming up. And so we're really invested in working with our youth. And last thing I will say, we work in a community where gentrification is ongoing. Right. And I can't say that enough, that this is not distant from the interest and the things that this anti-racism work that universities are now embracing and the work we are trying to do together as part of this summit. This is an active thing happening in our communities. And somebody just threw up, this is the pipeline. Yes, we want a different kind of pipeline. And so that's what my practice focuses on, although I do lots of other things too, as y'all might imagine. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to the work. Thank you for listening to the voices of our kids. And thanks for the commitment to making this sort of a central focus of what life can mean at Portland State. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your amazing work.
Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, oh, oh, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds push by my doorstep, singing sweet songs
Great. So are we ready to move forward? I will get started. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a little bit of cognitive dissonance for me because it's actually 10:40 p.m. for me right now. So when I say good afternoon and good morning, I'm still trying to make sure that I'm saying good morning appropriately and good afternoon appropriately. I think everybody's in the afternoon now, so I can just go with afternoon. First of all, I just want to say thank you for just really a life-giving, generative way of being that all of you have brought to today. This is not typical, and everybody should really applaud yourselves for the spirit that's come in to the conversation. And then secondly, I never thought that being on a call or being on this summit today was going to allow me to see a giant fist pick. Number one, which I never would have thought I was going to see, which really took me back to my roots, nor did it remind me of Harriet Tubman, whom my mother is named after. And my mother's also a small, very powerful woman. And so I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for all of these experiences in one evening. My name is Omri Johnson. I use the pronouns we, us in the he series. I use we, us for a couple reasons. One, I know that there's nothing that I can do that was not given to me or created from all of those who came before me. That includes my family, all my ancestors, and everybody that I've co-created anything with in my life, and that have given me so much that and the opportunities to do the things that I've been able to do in my life. So I just wanted to I always want to acknowledge all of those and all of you who today we get to actually move into this process of co-creation in this work called appreciative inquiry. And just quickly about appreciative inquiry, it's the thing that I love about it is it's iterative. And if you really think about today, we started with defining, and that defining started from the second that the music started this morning, all the way through those beautiful young ladies singing the Black national anthem, and then the Dr. Lambert talking about, I can't breathe, and this conversation has led us to a generative place. So we've been doing that, and then we've gone back and we've redefined, and we've had these students come and talk about their art, and we've had song, and we've had the entry into the Native American blessing. All of these things have led us to now, and we keep redefining and repurposing. And so as we've done that, we've been able to define a purpose for why we're here. And we've also then begin the process of discovery, learning a little bit more about what's given us life, what's been reawakening and awakening for us in each of the stories that we shared of those times where we were really heard, really seen, and we were able to hear and see others, and took that energy and that care and that listening forward. Then we began to dream the future. And right now in the context of the world, it's really hard to focus on where we want to go. And I think when you start to dream about that, at first it feels a little bit awkward. It almost feels like we shouldn't do it. Like, oh, we can't dream right now. We need to focus on what needs to be done. And we absolutely do. And so the way Dr. Royal talked about, creating this art of the possible, we still have to get to the next. And so that's where we're going now. And it's oftentimes, in my experience, working in global companies, a lot of people they get caught up on what isn't. What the dream does is it focuses and takes us to where we want to go. And then the design process begins to take us into the process of creating that together. So this next process of the appreciative inquiry cycle is around, let's design our preferred future based on the visions and aspirations that we've heard so far in the dream. And Dr. Royal really articulated those, and she went through several of them, and those weren't all. So we're pulling from all of that generative insight and energy that what we want to take forward. So we want you, as you start thinking about design, what aspects of these visions, these dreams, and all the conversations that you've had today were the most generative and compelling for you? What needs to be present for an equitable and just and inclusive PSU? How are those generative and compelling statements relevant to you and to this dimension of what we want to create? What are the assets in our community that we can use? Some of the things that we have right now that are already taking us into a really amazing place, we've heard some of those today. And then what are the things we need to let go of that we have to add so that we can co-create? So as we frame this, and we're going to talk in a second about going into these 5 task force groups to do this, we're thinking about a 1 to 3 year time frame. What initiatives can we advance that will have the greatest impact on these 5 areas? So these 5 areas are around student access, success, and equity. The second one is around employee access, success, and equity. 3, campus climate and intergroup relations. 4, education, scholarship, and service. And 5 is around leadership and infrastructure. So the idea is we're diving into these task forces in these areas, in these dimensions, so that we can think about what is it going to take for these things to be successful? What does it feel like, look like, and what do we generate going forward? So we're going to, in a second, go into breakout rooms in these 5 task forces. You can go in and out of the various groups that you'd like. There will be some of the facilitators will be in those rooms, so they'll have some people that have been a part of these task forces in your breakout groups together. We want to identify a key initiative or something that can enable the kind of infrastructure that we would like to create, and then we start going through design it. This is actually really the construction of this work. So what it feels like, what it looks like, and how can we actually create it. So first of all, we want to build a title and a tagline. We want to have an aspirational statement behind this, and most of this language is in your participant guide. And then, so when we say aspirational statement, what would your idea look like in action if we implement it? How can others get involved with these efforts, and what needs to be done to enable this? What needs to be done to sustain it so that we can actually see it come into fruition and make the impact that we've dreamed about and we've talked about in that dream? Important is that we capture this. For me, in my experience, design is the most pivotal part of appreciative inquiry. And really, if you took the framework of appreciative inquiry out, design is really the critical part to any kind of initiative that's significant going forward. So when you think about this, we want you to make sure you capture it, and there is a design form. So you'll have the title and the tagline. You'll have an aspirational statement. What will you need for support, and anything else that comes out of that. So you're going to break up into these groups, and I want to make sure that you know which groups are which. So Tony, are the groups in alignment with the A, B, C, D, E that we had before, just to make sure?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I think Ryan is putting them in the chat, so you will know
Okay.
which groups, and I think it will be by group name. You can join, whether it's on the website or through the chat, to the task force group name. And I've also put in the chat the link to this Google form that is shown on the screen right now. We're going to try to tighten this up just a little bit. So when we go, it's around 10 of right now. So we'll probably cut down the activity by around 10 minutes for the design part of it. So the conversation and the activity will be a total of 30 35 minutes
Okay.
and take
so
us
the
to our break. Yep.
so we're gonna, can you repeat that one more time just so we were clear about it, Tony?
If Ryan, could you go back one slide? Oops, forward. Where it says 30 minutes, that's going to be 20 minutes. So we're going to be a total of 35. So share and discuss in your breakout group, identify a key initiative, put it in the Google form. In that Google form, you can write things out, but if you are drawing something, you can take a picture of it and upload it as well. So this activity is going to take us to a break. So first pick your task force that you would like to go to in the chat or on the website. And we will see you at break, which is at 3:15. 3:15 will be when we'll take a break.
Great. So we'll just go ahead and go straight into the break after we finish then.
Correct.
And then come back to the main room at 3:30.
Correct. Thank
Okay.
you.
Be back here at 3:30.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I just want to acknowledge Angelique's work. I just get so inspired by it. And thank you so much, Angelique. You are a great tracker. Yeah, I am excited to get you going. You're doing that fake cold, huh, Omri? You know it's not cold.
It's cold, Kathy. It's freezing today.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. It's cold here too, though.
Yeah. Okay, Tony. It's we're at the 11. Excuse me, at the 3:35 mark.
Omri's trying to go to bed, so
I'm not trying to force anything. I'm trying to move us quickly into transformation.
Let's do it.
All right. So just without further ado, I had just a great opportunity to engage with my group, and I'm sure I was in the infrastructure and leadership, one of the infrastructure and leadership groups, really powerful. So what we'll do is we have about, I think, 15 minutes. So I'm going to call on, I'm going to just go through each of the groups 1 through 5. And then if we have more time, we can do a little pop up and see who else had something that they really wanted to share. And of course, please write up your documents so that we can make sure your ideas and voices around design are captured so that we can take those forward into action. So I'll just go in order. So anyone from student access, success, and equity would like to share their ignition into designing? If you could, be great to hear from you. Something's going on with my screen now that I can't
Marvin,
see.
I nominate you.
Okay, Marvin, you've been nominated.
Oh, he's not even in my group, just joking. I'm thinking of something else. Does
Oh.
anyone from my group want to share?
They might call on you to share, so.
Right, Marshana. That's what
I
you
know, I
get.
just volunteered myself.
Yes,
All
you
right.
did.
I think I was confused with the 3 initiatives that our task force has already done versus the activity we just did. So,
Okay.
But anyway, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marshana Williams, co-chair for the task force, and my small group. Actually, we talked about something really interesting, the idea of having kind of like a K to PSU relationship with the greater state of Oregon. A lot of the things that we had learned today as far as like the economic gaps around equity, right? How do we address that? And how do we expand some of those connections to really be kind of like a convener to help students through the process, not just for like employment, right? But then also what kind of needs do they have and how do we respond to that immediately? So I thought it was just a really great, grand idea. I don't know if anyone in my small group wants to expand on that. I feel like that just kind of sums it up.
Did you have a tagline?
I think our tagline was K to PSU student something. I forgot what I put.
Okay. Do you remember an aspirational statement?
Nope. I hit
No.
submit.
Okay. No worries. Fantastic. So that would be helpful if you all could think about it, even if you didn't get it captured. It would be good to put it into the form so that we could have it. But we'll capture it here in any case. Thank you, Marshana. And how about someone from Employee Access, Success, and Equity? Let me see, am I missing anyone? Okay, Jules?
Hi there. We came up with PSU is a place where faculty and staff of color thrive. PSU is a campus culture that centers racial diversity in its intentional efforts to attract faculty and staff of color and provide a climate in which they thrive. That's the aspirational statement.
Mm-hmm.
One of the key supports that I think we talked about quite a bit was having an ombudsman. I can never say the word ombudsman.
Program. Ombudsman.
Yes, thank you. To provide a better mechanism for resources and grievance processes. And then also more opportunities for employees of all levels and union representation to engage in things like this, so that they can get the time to engage in these things. And then finally, changing the way that job descriptions are described, or where the way positions are described, so that there is a strict rhetoric around centering race and diversity and intentionality in the hiring practices in that respect.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jules. Next is campus climate and intergroup relations. Any volunteers?
There is nobody. I'll speak.
Actually, this is Mark, and I was in that group. Iris,
Okay.
You're not out there? Iris was our facilitator, so I give him first crack at it.
Mark, since I'll defer to you since you were our scribe. So no, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, in a most imperfect scribe, because I was thinking, I was just finishing. I filled out the form, I sent it in, the information is there. Okay, so it's done. But our tagline was Jedi at every level of the organization. Jedi being justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So Jedi at every level of the organization. And our, what was the other thing called? There was the second task was, but anyway, we talked about how PSU would diversify our hiring practices and that we would honor our commitments to previous. So Marshana talked earlier about her task force. There's another task force, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders have recommendations that have been made that we need to go back to, and we need to honor around hiring in order that we can diversify our workforce and promote the hiring of Jedi.
May I add something from the same group?
Sure, Khalil.
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, I was locked out of the room and I was muted, so I couldn't get help. So I keep screaming, but you won't hear me. Anyway, the issue that I see as far as campus climate, looking at it from the design aspect, there is physical and social aspect. And what I can summarize in a couple of words is one to say welcome with a big smile, but the most important say welcome to your university. When people have a feeling of ownership or connection, after all, this is their university. I don't see any campuses or universities that I've seen across the country. One of them say, welcome to your college or welcome to your campus. The sense of belonging is very important. The structure and
Yeah.
physical,
I think,
social, they need to be coordinated together to be welcoming and warm. And therefore
right.
that helps intergroup communication as well.
Right. Thank you, Khalil. I think that that combination of belonging and ownership is important. It's actually part of the principle of AI is they would be also responsible for the design. So even though there might be inequities in PSU, the inequities aren't on them. The inequities and the transformation of them are on everyone. And
Yes, sir.
so not to put the weight on those who have been historically oppressed, but the responsibility is still carried by the entirety of the institution. So I think that's spot on. Thank you so much. So the next one is around education, scholarship, and service. Who do we have from that group that would be willing to share? Deborah.
Me, Deborah? I wasn't in that group.
Oh, you were in the previous group because I just looked at the chat. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. I put it all in the chat. It's all in there.
Okay.
I just want to say I had a fabulous team that I worked with, and we agreed to meet again to get our stuff written up.
Fantastic.
We can put it on the form. So sorry about that.
Great. So for the education, scholarship, and service group, anyone?
I was in that group. I'm Amy
Great.
Borden. I can talk
Thank you,
to
Amy.
that a bit. We talked a lot about how we would like a movement away from kind of the creation of policies to the accountability of policies, right? And so we talked about the undergraduate curriculum committee in particular and the way that course proposals are handled around diversity and equity as part of that process. We also talked quite a bit about, and the room was interesting, right? So there were administrative staff in there, and then there were also a couple faculty directors of faculty programs, schools. And so we also talked about, along with the kind of empowering, making sure that the people who are sitting on UCC are in fact engaged with curriculum and diversifying curriculum at its core, as well as then these questions that get asked of proposers as they're creating new courses, as they're changing courses. We talked about having, again, accountability for policies and also the clarity of policies written down, and also, and that includes promotion and tenure guidelines that they are applied equally across all of the units in the university. And it just seems that there's so much that's done at this university that's just kind of like word of mouth or kind of like historical knowledge. And so kind of coming up with a task force that's drawn, predominantly from people in all levels of the university, but perhaps BIPOC people, queer people, women, who have perhaps experienced those things being applied disproportionately or in ways that are quite, inequitable, to talk about those experiences, to think about codifying policies, codifying how policies are applied, and then also creating systems of accountability for that. So that was, and I'm not sure if there's anyone else in the room that was in that room who wants to kind of pop up. But we really just geeked out on curriculum for a while, and we talked a lot or a bit about Frank, and if we could redesign a Frank with input from both university studies faculty, but also faculty throughout class and CODA and Coupa and School of Business and School of Education, and I'm sure there's schools that I'm forgetting right now that do work on critical race theory, or who have employed or have deployed critical race theory in their own coursework for students, so that perhaps the Frank gets redesigned as a critical race theory course, and that then can become a way to centralize these incredible issues for our student population. They see themselves seen, but also centralizes the work of faculty who are engaged in that on the ground, and tries to kind of maybe make that a little bit effective more broadly. Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. And last but not least, the Infrastructure and Leadership Group. Anyone?
Scott was our scribe. Are you not going to speak, Scott? Where are you?
He's right below you.
Marvin, thank you for the opportunity.
Root him out.
Speak in front of a large group of people. Scott Schlaze, I'm with the PSU Foundation, and I had the privilege of talking with some very intelligent, passionate people about infrastructure and leadership. I think I just want to comment quickly that what a couple of the members of the group said and what I intimated just from people's expressions was the tiredness that comes with this work and the tiredness of having to consistently push against barriers to just fight for what is right instead of it being. So I just want to acknowledge that. As we were thinking about infrastructure, obviously bringing resources to bear kept surfacing. Specifically identifying ways to direct resources to BIPOC students and faculty. And out of that conversation, it became apparent that it's not just about the money and saying the money's here, it's also the structural barriers that are keeping the resources from flowing to the people and to the needs, to meet needs most critically. And I think a great example was scholarship funding for students. And right now there are some barriers where the university hasn't been or is unable to accept certain types of funding if a race or ethnicity is listed. And the frustration with that when seeing other institutions will do that. And so I think that removing of barriers is, I think, similar, piggybacking on what Dr. Royal said earlier today. It's calling these things out. It's calling racism out in the room because we know it's there. Similarly, it's calling out these barriers and saying, why aren't we going to accept it? Why aren't we going to center our BIPOC community within this institution and put a flag down and say, we're raising funds for this. So that was just, hopefully, if I didn't get that correctly, anyone else in that group, please feel free to speak up. But that was the main gist of it. And I think the other takeaway was DEI is in everyone's job description and everything around that work counts. And so figuring out ways to qualify and quantify that so everybody from an infrastructure standpoint is working towards that.
Right. Thank you so much, Scott. And that was a lot of overlap with what I heard. And structure creates behavior and there's no way around it. And sometimes you have to deconstruct some things to reconstruct them. And I think we've talked about that. And that was, I think, it resonated with what I heard from the breakout group that I was in as well. So we're going to wrap this up. I think it was to be applauded. If you haven't had a chance to fill out your form, please do. I think we captured some good information, and I think there's going to be some themes that collapse, and hopefully we'll be able to talk a little bit about them as we move into action, destiny. And I'll turn it over to Ame.
Yes, excellent. Thank you so much. We can get our slides back up, and thank you to all who presented. So as the slides are coming up, I do need to mention something. I need to focus on impact. We talk a lot about the difference between intent and impact and how we need to create spaces where we can focus on impact. And so I need to mention something. I was trying to be general earlier, and I just need to say specifically if we're going to model authenticity. So there are two things we heard from BIPOC folks in terms of kind of reluctance to come to the summit. And one was what we've talked about a lot, right? We've had summits, we've had plans, and things haven't been implemented. And the other thing was folks did not want to come to a space, a cross-racial space, and experience microaggressions. And so I need to name that when the conversation went into areas around kind of administration and kind of budget, and specifically the comment about a fraudulent budget, our director of budget is a Black woman who is serving as a facilitator on the Leadership and Infrastructure Task Force. And so when I say let's have the conversation, hold us accountable. I'm an administrator, so hold us accountable. But let's make sure that we're thinking of people, we're thinking about those who are doing the work, we're thinking about folks who are in the space. And that's why I keep saying we need to kind of narrow. They're all of these things that are layered and they're connected and will be intersectional, but let's stay with the conversation. So I just wanted to mention that in terms of impact, because it had a pretty negative impact. Now I will turn my attention to thinking about next steps. And I'm going to go macro, and then I'm going to invite some of our co-chairs to speak to that, to some of the work that they're doing and share some of their reflections. So again, I need to start by saying thank you to President Percy for the Racial Justice and Equity Fund, because we've talked a lot about resources. And this fund is not going to be enough to do all of the things that we need to do, but it really is an important step, right? And it's symbolically important, and will actually support some of our work. So the outcomes of the summit are going to the 5 task forces. Their names are in your participant booklet. The 5 task forces that are working on shepherding kind of the outcomes of the summit. And what they're going to do, they're going to answer the same question you folks did, right? Which is thinking about the next 3 years, short term. What are the ideas that can be advanced that will have the greatest impact, right? And they get to advance some of these ideas for funding. So there is a real through line between, okay, we look at the ideas, here are the things that rise to the top, and here's what it will take to get it done, and here are some of the resources that can help advance the work. And so read their names so you can check in with them, and you can follow up with them and kind of see which ideas are kind of rising to the top, so you can make sure that your voice is in there. And I now would like to invite Dr. Marvin Lin from the Leadership and Infrastructure Task Force to share a little bit about their work.
Thank you. We've met several times, and we've developed a very long list of recommendations that we will consider. I'll just mention a couple of them. I think today's conversation really led us toward this idea of developing an equity-based resource allocation model at Portland State, which I think is very, very interesting and important. The idea of ensuring that the least served are well supported within our community. What would it look like for every school, college, and division to have that as the approach by which we think about resource allocation, right? What would it look like? And so that, I think, is a radical concept, and it potentially has the impact of shifting infrastructure and leadership across multiple levels. The other important piece that I think we've talked a lot about is issues of recruitment and retention of BIPOC faculty and staff across the university, and I would add administrators to that. And so having very clear benchmarks that get set and established for the numbers of folks we want in various categories, and then holding ourselves accountable for meeting those expectations in terms of hiring, and then holding ourselves accountable again when we don't meet those expectations in terms of retention, and having a whole set of strategies that we then adopt and employ to ensure that we can meet those benchmarks very clearly. So those are just 2 major concepts I think that have come out of the work of the Leadership and Infrastructure Task Force. There are many, many others that I could speak to, but in the interest of time, I'll let others speak.
All right. Thank you, Marvin. Again, folks, my name is Marshana Williams, and not only am I a co-chair for the Students Access and Success and Equity Task Force, but also still doing a fellowship with President Percy around student success, Black faculty and student success, kind of looking at that at a deeper level. But as far as our task force goes, it's not a big picture happening for us. I think on a visual level, one of the exercises we did currently was How do we look at the student experience model? What does that look like for Portland State? I think some of you have heard this concept already so many times from me before today, that we function like a traditional university, at least our infrastructure, but majority of our students are non-traditional. So how do we look at the student experience and build our own model around that, especially when it comes to resources? I would say 3 different things we are looking at is definitely like, how do we expand on the resources we already have that do help students with their needs and their advising and the coaching and the mentoring, especially a lot of the things that we ask our BIPOC communities to do across campus and they may not be compensated for. So how do we expand on that to do additional training and kind of pull all of those folks together so we're sharing the burden? The second thing is looking at a centralized way of how do we communicate access to the information to our students. A lot of our students are coming to us saying, I didn't even know that existed. Who do I talk to? Who can I trust? Who's the first person that I can engage with? And then the third thing, I'm actually kind of blanking. Oh, data. We do have a lot of data across campus. Everyone has different access to data. Data is a big thing. Who are we tracking? Where are the gaps? How are we tracking them? But then also this idea of how do we decolonize the way that we actually collect data and share data with our students in our campus. So really, I just wanted to share that with you all, but then also to make an ask that if you know students who really want to engage with us, we invite them to our task force. We do believe that we can't make decisions for our students without them. So please do feel free to email me. I'm going to put it in the chat, and we'd love to get as many students to engage in our task force as possible. Thanks.
Thanks, Marshana. My name is Vanelda Hopes. I am co-chair of the Executive Education Scholarship and Service Task Force with Rosita Wooster. We are also in sort of a broad area right now and are working to narrow some things down. But we have 4 things that we're looking at right now. The first is to create a culturally responsive and equity-driven curriculum. The second is to build a culturally responsive and equity-driven workforce. The third is to create an accountability structure to increase the likelihood that students' learning experiences are infused with equity and cultural responsiveness. And the last are to support, acknowledge, and celebrate the wide range of scholarly and creative work of faculty and students across campus. So again, as the other co-chairs have said, we would love for you to join us if you have any ideas in that areas of initiatives that you'd like to push forward. And we too are really looking for student voices on our task force, so we'd appreciate that. The thing that I wanted to announce is that it was so wonderful to have the campus together today to talk about this. And as Ame said, we will be looking at these items in the task force, but we're going to create another opportunity for campus to discuss these again at the Winter Symposium, which is going to be taking place on Thursday, February 18th, 2021, from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. So please mark your calendars for that. After this summit today, we'll be gathering all of that information and we'll have a better idea of how we want to go further and discuss this a little bit more with the campus community in February. So please put that on your calendar again, Thursday, February 18th from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Please.
So I'm just going to be completely honest here. When I don't know if you can see me. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. When you started talking about appreciative inquiry, and I was skeptical, and you know that, and you and I had conversations about that, and I can say after having experienced it, today I really feel more energized about this work and about doing what we need to do. I feel like we have a roadmap now that's very specific in terms of helping us think about how to make equity work. So congratulations, Ame, on a job well done.
Thank you very, very much, Marvin. I appreciate it and really appreciate your support. And yes, there is room for skepticism and we'll keep working at it. So thank you. I do want to use the opportunity to say a huge thank you to all of the folks who have been involved with reports, with recommendations. We are building on your work, as you saw in the email that went out to all those who registered. The task forces have access to some of the prior work, and we have invited you to submit things we might not be aware of or things that might have been forgotten, so that the task forces and the campus has access to the great work that has happened. But we honor the work, and we are going to do our best to advance that work through this current initiative. So I love what Marvin said about being specific and feeling like there's a structure to move forward, right? Because kind of the essence of this is that we end up delivering, right? The destiny piece. We've imagined who we're going to be. You just designed great ideas to move us forward, and now we need to deliver. And so it's an opportunity for you as individuals to think about what you are going to do to advance this work. And so we're inviting you to do two things. One, to kind of think that Marvin just started off perfectly, right? By thinking about just reflecting on the day, and we're inviting you to do that. We're also inviting you to complete the statement. You can count on me for what? So please put it in the chat. Folks have been emailing us throughout the day. Feel free to do that, but the chat's open. Put your reflections in and complete that sentence. You can count on me for. Can't wait to hear what you write or see what you write.
Dr. Lambert.
Yes, please, Dr. Royal.
This is an opportunity for the community to witness each other's commitment. So to join with what you were saying, Dean Marvin, that this is the time when once we put it into the chat, we have also put it into the hearts and minds of all of the community who's here. So look at an action that you want to do right now, things that you can start doing right now, and how people can partner with each other. And the partnering is really the partnering that brings you to that compelling thing that you want to see going forward. But when we write something and when we put it into our public space, we are putting it into the hearts of the people who have come here, who have shown up, who have hung in here. And so not only do you want them to acknowledge what you've said, but you want to acknowledge what they've said so that it becomes the container of the community transformation. Destiny is so amazing. So it's now what, as you keep writing, because this is just coming to me, I don't know if anyone remembers the, let's see, this is 2020. This might have been the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta. And I'm the mother of twins. I'm Iabeji. And so that means the mother of twins. And so I track twins all over the world because it's an egbe, it's a group of people. You know, there's something special about that. But the thing that I want us to remember is in the 1996 Olympics, there were these two wonderful young Olympians who were twins, and they were track stars, and they were competing against each other, which they often did. And the beautiful thing that they would say to each other is what I want to say to you now. People would say, well, don't you want to compete against your brother? And he would say, the only thing I say to my brother is go to your destiny. And so, whatever we're doing now, go to your destiny. Speak what you want until you see what you've said, and put your heart into it, put your feet into it. And like I said earlier, get at it, but go to your destiny.
Nicely put, Nana. I appreciate it. This is awesome. Okay, I got a nudge from Tony. If a few folks want to share out loud, please raise your hand and we will get you unmuted.
And anybody on the YouTube streaming channel.
They're so powerful. I just want to hear them.
Yeah. I love it. We got a playlist. I love it.
Ryan, any from the live stream that you can share with us? I know it's it's streaming live, so it may be hard, but if there are any, we would love to hear some from you or the tech team that's tracking them.
Yeah, we've still got, looks like we've got 38 people on still, and
Nice.
and it looks like we are not a lot of direct comments, just a few compliments about the event.
Nice, thank you.
Hi, it's Aislinn here. I'm reading through all of the "You Can Count on Me" statements, and they're just beautiful. I'm going to read a random statement because I love hearing these statements out loud. I think they can be read by anybody. This one's from Benning Nickel. "You can count on me for advocating for unheard voices in all spaces. You can count on me to listen, hear, and constantly reinforce change in myself based on what I am hearing to help others feel safe. You can count on me to work on decolonizing my mind always."
Thank you folks so much. Yeah, me too, me too. I can't wait to save them and type them up and put them on the website or something. Well done. I would like to invite President Percy back to share some reflections on the day and kind of reflections on the work. And I know I just met a lot of y'all, but let me tell you, the president isn't lying. This is what he's talking about. This is what he is thinking about. And I feel, it was a big deal to kind of uproot from the East Coast and come here. But it's the possibility of PSU. That's why I'm here. And leadership from the top is critical for this work. And I will tell you honestly that I believe that we have it with President Percy. So over to you, sir.
I want to thank everybody who came today, and I really appreciate it very much. The time and energy that people put in today, that's really important work. It's really amazing, and it's really powerful. And I think it shows how much people really care about this work. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your reflections and your ideas, your energy, your concerns, your reflections. All have moved us. It was always an important part of the day, and thank you for sharing that. I also want to thank Ame and your team for all the people that put this event together. It was hard. This is the largest, longest event, I believe, in the history of Portland State University on a topic like this. We have over 900 people, maybe more than that when you get the live stream, and it's so very important. I want to thank you, your team, the planning and steering groups that organized the day, our inspirational performance who just uplifted us at so many important parts, our community partners, including the wonderful school children who are curators, and all the others who helped organize and execute this remarkable experience. It was such a hard thing and such a wonderful day. So thank you for all the work you did that. And thank you again to those technical professionals who worked so hard to keep all of us from all our different places, remote places, to be able to come together. I can't help but think that we all learned something today, learned a lot. I sincerely hope that many people felt their voice or others with voices similar to theirs were heard. I'm sure not every voice could be heard, but I think we heard a lot of voices, and that's a good start because we need to continue to do that. I'm so pleased that we've begun the work, but I know it's just the beginning. The work will be long and hard. It will require discomfort. It will require us to stretch our minds and our thinking about how we embrace and support our BIPOC faculty, staff, and students. I was so energized by Dr. Kathy Royal's vision and perspectives. Thanks so much for being with us today. Your words meant so much to people, and they were being repeated and repeated in the chat room that went through. You kept saying these things that were resonating so much. Thank you for being with us. And I appreciate you urging us toward pathways to new futures and to new cultures as we remember our roots, where we came from, and those on who we built our lives. The image that struck me so strongly was your message about we need to grow new culture, and we need to get beyond the current that limits us. Instead, it's all in front of us. That's a tough challenge, but we really need to work on that. We need to break through, get beyond what we've been thinking, beyond the way we've known and organized ourselves, and beyond the way we do our business, to go new ways to move forward. We need to grow something different, and we need new seeds, ideas, and strategies that create the plants that are immune to racism and injustice, ones that bring us together and direct us toward a much better world at PSU. Dr. Royal also shared the words of Dr. Louise Diamond, who reminds us of the importance of trust at all levels of this work, and how important the word trust and And the action of trust is to making this work real, authentic, and long lasting. For myself and leadership team, these words are emblazed in my mind as I think that we need to earn our trust with the BIPOC community as we move forward in this work. And it's something that I'll be working very hard to do. We know that we will need to be accountable, and we should be. Please know this work is my highest priority. And I understand that the time and treasure is important to this work. I'm committed to growing the resource base that we need to nourish the seeds of transformation. Starting on that path, I'm pleased to announce that the PSU Foundation has created a racial equity fund, and they are also joining and making the first contribution to that fund of $50,000 to get it launched. But that's just the beginning. So we're going to work very hard to bring philanthropic support in to support this very important work. It's my deep hope that all who participated today will leave with hope. There's much ahead of us, but you can count on me for the long-term commitment and action needed to move us forward, to create a just, anti-colonialist, and racist-free environment at PSU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Percy. And I'm loving the chat, the love, all just the gratitude and the grace that's coming out. I appreciate it very much. As you folks know, there's just no way this could have happened without the efforts of so many. And so I'd like to take a few minutes to thank you. And I said I was gonna say what campus, audiovisual, and event team. Got it. Led by Ryan Rusby. Thank you. This was, as you all figured out, this was no easy feat. And so thank you for hanging in there. But it just took a lot of back end work. And so I want to say a huge thank you to the team, to our logistics team that was headed by Patrick, our GDI folks, Travis with the amazing design skills, Sahar with all of the scheduling. Thank you very, very much. It was just a lot of work that you folks have put in, and you allowed all our last minute things. So we really appreciate you very much. Thank you to the design team who just sharpened our thinking. It was really an honor to have PSU Next, co-chaired by Judith Romali at the table, and PSU Futures led by Laura Neeson. And Marvin, always a gift. Your lens is so important as we try to do this work and do it in an authentic way. And I thank you so much for that. Our facilitators, our task force facilitators, thank you. Thank you. Your feedback shaped this event, right? We thought we were going in one direction, and we heard from you folks, and so it would have been a very different event without you. And I'm so grateful to you for the work that you've put in already, for the time that you've put in and the time that's to come. I feel like we're building a family, and I really appreciate you folks very, very much. University Communications, thank you for being such great partners. And special shout out to our students who helped us with PSAs, Elijah and Serena. So thank you a lot. Our presenters today, Lisa Jarrett, folks have talked about your great work. Thank you. Thank you to those who put things in context, institutional history from Dr. Sai Adler, Victoria Calderon, representing the present experience of a PSU student and leaning into resilience, and Adri Johnson as a graduate student, challenging us to prepare for the future and to lean into complexity. The music was such a huge part of the work, right? And so the visual and performing arts are critical to BIPOC communities. They're critical for healing. They're critical for transformation. So thanks to all of you. Daryl Grant, awesome, awesome selections. I thank you for your generosity. Dr. Marvin Lin, the singing administrator, that's who I am in my mind. Alonzo Chadwick, Mr. Ed Washington for facilitating the presentation from the Brown sisters. So thank you all. A board of trustees for their presence. Somebody asked earlier, is the board listening? Yes, the board's here. And so thank you for investing your time with us. Thank you to Executive Council and the academic leadership team, faculty, senate steering, all of the leadership bodies on campus, our unions who have been at the table and helping us to build. Thank you very much. And to our external facilitators, Dr. Kathy Royal, our Nana, our Elda, Tony and Jen Silbert from Spartina Consulting, and ready to go to bed, Amory Johnson. Thank you
Right.
so much. And to Angelique for the amazing, amazing work, the graphic facilitation, that captured our hearts and our hopes. I appreciate it. You know, I think folks thought they were signing for a certain number, signing up for a certain number of hours. And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna meet again, right? And then we're gonna meet again, right? And we're gonna meet again, right? So they put in a lot of time. And I'm gonna save my extra special thank you to all of you who have made the time, who have invested the time. This is important. You are investing in our future and doing it in this kind of not ideal way, right? And making it work. I just really appreciate that. I'm not going to say that you should watch for things to be different, right? Or to be different this time, because you're going to be in there working, right? And so if you're watching, you won't be working, and we need you to be working. So, but I will say this, that one of the things I think that we co-learned along the way was that through this summit planning process, we model some of what it would take to get the work done, right? The full investment and willingness to dive in. Folks were just like, yes, yes, yes. The generosity of spirit, the patience with the delays and the mess ups, honest conversations, holding us accountable, letting collective voices impact how we move, everybody doing their own part and learning new things along the way and building new capacities, right? This is my first time doing a virtual summit. So all of those things are the things that we need as we get to do the work. And I think one of the things that we have going for us, what could be our secret sauce this time, is that multiple parts of our organization are activated and ready to do the work. So what we have to do now is harness that, right? And align that so we are moving towards the transformation that so many of us are seeking. And I really do believe that if we can do that, if we can get the harnessing and the alignment right, that we will get the work done. We will live up to our mission and we will make ourselves proud, make our students proud, we'll make our future proud. So I would leave us by saying thank you and by saying onward and let's get to work. And I will, Dr. Darrell Grant and his colleagues will take us out.
Before that, we need to appreciate you, Dr. Ame Lambert. You're not getting off that easy. I want to see some snaps and some love for the vision, the persistence to bring everyone together for such an amazing day that we all had the honor and privilege of being a part of. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we will be taken out by Darrell and his colleagues. Thank you all and have a wonderful rest of your day. Zoom free. You need to be Zoom done.
There is no uncertainty about the suffering around us.
Nor uncertainty that the worst is still days ahead for us.
The possible futures we face never included an absence of suffering.
But the possibilities for how we move through this time are many.
And it is in the choices that we make that glimpses of hope can be found.
Possibility
is that we will accept these evils as the best that we can do.
But that is not the only possibility. There is another.
There is another.
There is another. There is another. A possibility that love might just prove to be real.
And prove to be resilient.
And stronger in the end than our self-interests and our failings.
This time, the circle can't be broken. The time is now at last. We can rise by sharing what we have, prioritizing connection, imagining new possibilities, and standing for justice. We can choose compassion, honor those whom we have lost, expand community, and rebuild trust in one another. We can love bigger. It's already happening. The seeds of this new direction are being planted all around us. Now is our time. Rise up, brand new day.